Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hello, hello. New mutation. Mutations randomly change throughout the game. No, not interested. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Niet. How's my hair? It's kind of a bird. My wife told me my hair is a bird today. If enough people in chat comment on it, I'll get insecure and put on my baseball cap. We'll find out if that happens today or not. My hair is just... it's so much. It's so much. I don't have any interesting stories to tell you today. We went to Fred Meyer. Got some provisions. What else? Was there anything interesting today? We split a cheeseburger for lunch. We went for a mile walk. Went for a nice walk this morning. And yeah, no, I don't really have anything else. Let's play. Let's do like a random co-op. I'll do random command, random mission. Let's try and queue brutal plus, because that's fun sometimes. Sometimes. Oh, thank God, we got the easy mission. We got the easy mission. I wonder what mutations we'll get. The special parameters may be what makes this one tough in the end. Let's find out.
This is Corporal Faraday of the Korhal.
Alright, enemy random orbital strikes. Random strikes from the sky. And then missile command, endless missile bombardments. So just lots of bombs, and then there's enemy units get a temporary shield when you attack them. Okay. Okay, I can get that. Yeah, that. Oh my gosh, you see that? It's already happening. Kind of crazy. Yo, AK Diley. How's it going, dude? How's it going, dude? Have you consumed any? Have you consumed any eggnog? I heard it was Christmas already, right? It's we just go straight to Christmas nowadays. I think that's how it works. That's the next big one. That's the next big one. I couldn't quite get this one. That was the bridge too far. It was a rock too far. One more rock? No, we couldn't do that. That could never happen. I turned off the additional team texture, so I kind of wonder what does it look like if I turn the color intensity back up. It doesn't have the extra texture, so the whole units aren't painted in the color, but the color is still more vibrant. There you go. Now you can see the level Nathanias playing on out here. But I'm just relaxing. It's a nice, beautiful day up here in Washington. The reeds in the pond are starting to go kind of drop down. So it's been a lot of I've just been watching the ducks. There's like a little, they called it, is it still a school of ducks or a flock of ducks? Anyway, or a gaggle perhaps. There's a bunch of ducks, like diving ducks. They go under the water in the nearby pond. And there's just like 13, 14 of them. And it is unbelievably adorable. I mean, that's just, yeah, it's rather cute, so. Now, the key to dealing with this type of mutation is that the longer the game goes on, the worse it gets. So what we need is to make sure that we get enough photon cannons that we can kind of just spam out the defense, keep ourselves alive. And then we'll probably Alarak will be enough to just get out on the map, so I'm not super worried about it. Clearly, we need a November candy holiday so stores don't get lazy and change Halloween candy to Christmas candy as November hits. Yeah. I mean, Halloween, like Thanksgiving really only had stock because of, like, you know, America stuff, right? So we're not really exporting anything anymore. So I don't think we'll be exporting our holidays anymore. Everybody might as well just get ready for Christmas straight away.
Research has concluded.
Might as well. Is this vertical stream a beta feature? Yeah, it is. It is. You watch it on your phone for the first time in a little bit, huh? On the app? It's pretty cool. There is a button on there. Actually, I think if you just rotate your phone, it's supposed to automatically switch to the regular view.
Multiple void shards are active on
That's what the Twitch support guys told us to say. People asked about how to watch the regular format. But that's what I've been sending to the YouTube. And I've also got I lowered the stream back to 1080p so that I could get system resources back to do a... I don't like having to edit and clip stuff as much as I have been, so I'm going to replay button correctly set up again so I can just plug that stuff into Canva. I use Canva to do my shorts video editing because it's very, very, very easy and fast. It's not really like that powerful. I don't have a bunch of really sweet transitions or video effects on there, but it's very good for just like adding video to an existing shorts clip that I have, you know, and then just editing the length of it. Like that part is, you know, right on. Right on. Actually, I guess I get a lot of extra damage from the zombies, don't I? Because he has so many units. Like, all of his zombies basically power me up. Yep, there's the mutation. There's just like those big giant waves of stuff. How does that work from an OBS standpoint? Extra feed, bigger canvas. So there's an extension. OBS Studio is open source, but there is, if you want, you know what? I'm just going to give you a real answer to your question, okay? You're always here at the start of my streams. You're always really polite, so I would love to explain this to you because it's something I'm actually very passionate about. But there's this guy who makes a lot of really high-quality OBS plugins that he shares for free, and a lot of people get to use them. But recently, he got hired to do plugins for a company, so I think this is how this guy's paying his bills. But basically, there's a company called Atom, and I only know about them because of this guy, because I follow his GitHub page, and I saw that he's been doing the updates to the private repository, or whatever repository they have that's public. Some stuff is, it's like not all of it. So you do usually have to get it from Atom themselves, but sometimes I can just get stuff from his GitHub history. But anyway, there's like a second canvas, so normally you just see your whole screen and it's like all your scenes and your sources and stuff. And they basically built a plugin that connects to OBS and just gives you an entire separate canvas that's in that vertical format. And then you just set it up the way you would in OBS normally. But there's a few extra settings and a couple buttons here and there to adjust and all of that, and you can still technically have it be like 720p in terms of pixel ratios, and you can still do 1080p, but yeah, So it's pretty cool. It's like it gives you a whole other canvas, basically. It's made by a dude who's like really knowledgeable and a big contributor to OBS. So it's actually pretty quality. It's pretty quality. Man, just one guy on his own can't seem to do it, huh? I'm gonna need to break it down, aren't I?
But if you can,
I need to break it down. Sort of a Jedi Ghost aura you're on. Hell yeah. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Riggs? How's it going? It's Monday. I've got the Pusheen Cat Lofi stream on. That's what I'm listening to tonight. It's 4:20 over here on the West Coast. And yeah, Katie just left. Katie just left for the brewery. She's going to work this evening, and I'm working, and we're both. And then when Katie's done with her shift, I'll be done with my stream, and then we're gonna have a beer and play video games tonight. That's what we do. That's what we do. So it'll be a good time like usual. There we go. Bring in the super pylon. Bring in the super pylons. This is the way to do it. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, just using Alarak and no other units at all in my army is maybe a mistake. So let's fix that. I'd like to be 2 to 3% better. Neat doesn't sound too annoying to manage. No, it's its own scenes, and technically, if I was being honest, the only tricky part about it is because it's not a native OBS feature. Like certain plugins that I use to control my scenes, they don't work with the plugin. So, because they're not programmed to have actions for a plugin. They only have actions for native OBS features. Do you kind of understand? So, I don't have like a button I can use on my Stream Deck to switch between my vertical scenes. Like hypothetically, I could have like 8 different pages for my vertical, and there's no way to link which scene I'm on between. Like I can't set like an out of game scene on vertical and horizontal, and then when I change it on one, it changes on the other. I don't have anything like that. So there's still some room to improve this type of tool. It would be cool if it like synchronized, like, hey, if I go to like SC2, if I go to my SC2 in game, it should do that for the vertical, and then I should have an out of game scene for vertical. But maybe switching scenes in vertical a bunch would also be too much for people. I don't know if that's like disorienting on a phone. So it is very easy to maintain right now because with the way that it exists, all I can really do is just keep it chilling like that. Oh, here we go. Power overwhelming. We get these guys. Beautiful, beautiful. We got big bombers coming in. Big bombers. What's the plugin author's name again? His name is Exceldro. He doesn't have that one publicly posted because he develops for Atom, but on his GitHub commits, there are some projects that got migrated to public repos. He used to post it that are related to their company branding, so he's one of the only people I follow on GitHub because he makes a lot of very useful plugins for OBS Studio. And if you're the kind of person who streams or is interested in streaming, you want to know, like, I mean, guys, come on. I've got some pretty crazy autismo about my stream stuff. You know, I'm really fixated on my quality and stuff to the point of it being a detriment to my mental health and my time. So allow me to tell you, as that guy that spends way too much time obsessing over this stuff, Exceldro is the dude who makes the stuff that the people who obsess over this stuff, like, you know, worship, more or less. I mean that with the highest praise. I'm a very, very particular person when it comes to my setup and my hardware and my software. And that is a guy who delivers nothing but non-stop bangers 24/7. So shout out to Exceldro, Base God. All love.
Bonus objective will expire soon.
Yeah, he makes a lot of cool stuff. He's also got another plugin I really like called the Source Profiler. But it essentially is a task manager for your stream, your OBS. And what it does is it shows you the CPU time, GPU time, resource usage on either side, memory usage of any plugin or source even that you have in your ops. So it'll basically give you a performance chart saying, hey, your scenes, this resource on your scene is actually using like the majority of your system resources, and that's why your stream might be lagging, kind of a thing. So he makes lots of really cool, resourceful tools, and it's really hard to know, like, if you have a plugin or a source that's lagging. If you're like, how much does my camera impact my stream? You know, oh, if I change my camera resolution, my viewers can't really see it, but like, will it affect my FPS in the stream? And then you'll be able to see. You can basically use his tools to troubleshoot and optimize your settings and all of that. So it's cool stuff. It's cool stuff. But I really like the source profiler. I really like being able to know the exact resource system usage. Sometimes when I'm messing around with the visual effects that I like to add onto my stream, I end up looking at it and seeing that, like, a shader I've added that I thought I got to a really cool place visually, I only did that because I was consuming like a quarter of my GPU running the visual effect. So yeah, composite blur. Yeah, composite blur is also another fantastic one. I use composite blur on a few of my sources. It was also something that, yeah, him, and you'll see one of the only people he follows on GitHub is the other guy who I think does a great job at the same kind of thing. His name is Finite Singularity. He's another great developer. He actually made the retro effects shader plugin that I'm currently using for my camera. That gives me this slightly distorted VHS like little bit. And Finite Singularity also made the glow plugin that I use that gives me this shadow around me. Yeah, so like that glow in the little border thing, that is Finite Singularity's stroke glow shadow plugin. You can either have a single stroke go around the source, like a line, like a drawing line, or you can do a glow or a shadow, which are two slightly different visual effects that more or less accomplish the same thing. But still very cool. So, there you go. Yeah, the profiler might not necessarily be like crazy easy to understand, but you'll be able, you'll get it once you just look and when you see that, like, when you sort by like usage and you see a source that you're not sure if it's lagging you or not, like, it's gonna make it pretty clear if it's the issue. Oh, he's like nuking my bases and stuff, man. That's like so totally not cash money. Oh, I love this guy. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And then I just summon a million zealot guys, and that they get consumed for energy, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Here we go. Very annoying to have high-end stuff, but getting skip frames without a dozen more sources. Yeah, less is more. I try to use less stuff these days, but I've had some pretty complex setups that never had performance issues over the years too, so it's not impossible to do crazy stuff. You just got to be mindful of certain things. Shaders are really fun, but some of them are crazy expensive to run, and you could use them for like a scene where you just go to your camera and there's no other sources. Like, that can be a great way to use like an expensive resource like that, but for the most part, it's like, there are other camera effects that I've wanted to run or try. Like, there's some AI model powered stuff that can do like overlays and masks and whatnot. But like that you're kind of getting to stuff where it's like, I need almost a whole GPU just dedicated to doing that, since I'm already running like 10 encoders at the moment. The encoder is currently doing all of the horizontal formats for Twitch, all of the vertical formats for Twitch. I think there's 2 vertical feeds on Twitch. I think I have 2 quality options for the vertical. And then YouTube is only getting 1 copy of the vertical. But yeah, so that's what we're dealing with.
Hardly a challenge.
Look at that, it's like a rave. don't have any money? Oh yeah, my base has got nuked, huh? That's unfortunate. You know what they say, that's the way the news goes.
Void shard terminated.
Expect nothing less of the Boundary.
I'm gonna smack socialism.
Suffering and achieve victory too. That is what I must do.
Made it so much harder than needed to. Terrible teamwork. What? Did this guy miss the part where I soloed, like, all the objectives? He's Stukov. We both solo the map pretty easily. I'm sorry he had a bad time. That's unfortunate. Apparently, he didn't think I was a good lover. I'm sorry. He's not gonna ask me to prom. He's not gonna pick me up in his mom's SUV. It's rough. It's rough. Or we got a random player. Hey TG. Hey, happy Monday, happy Monday. It's the first day of the week. Well, look who the cat dragged in. Oh, hey, Rajan, they just let anybody in here these days?
Go ahead.
Made the mistake of not knowing about something about a co-op mission once. This is the hardest thing. I love playing co-op, but you still get some hardcore StarCraft types in those games. I knew you could do it. So proud. Thank you. Well, it's a brutal plus mission. Hey, it's supposed to be really tough. I don't know why he was so upset. It was supposed to be a tough mission, and I'm gonna say it, guys. It was a tough mission. There were giant area of effect abilities raining down all over our forces the entire game. Okay, that was stressful. And also, I was making some pretty good money before multiple of those little nuke guys just blew up all my probes. And how is that supposed to be my fault? I made 100 photon cannons just to stop them. So, I don't want to hear about this choices and consequences nonsense. You know what I want? I want a 10-piece chicken McNugget with spicy garlic sauce. Welcome to the stream, Jacobus. Good to see you, though. Thanks for the follow definition. That's a photo of me as Caesar pointing my thumbs down on a raven next to some drones. Oh, that was one of my favorite memories. You guys remember when I had that flashback episode where I literally flashed back in time and was a Roman emperor? It's good shit. Good times. Man, they did not have any fried chicken though. That was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. He's random. He could be Zerg, but I think I'm kind of enjoying Cyclone dropping Zerg players. So whoever he is, he's gonna get Cyclone dropped. That's his fate. That's where this is going. There is no other conclusion that we can reach here. See, look, there he is. Zerg, beautiful. Beautiful. Little Zergy boy. And if he tries to be greedy because I don't have my economy opener, then there's other ways that I can respond. I've got not too much going on. There was some good football this weekend, it looked like. Okay, he's still actually on two bases, right? He's doing two base. You wish, bro. At least I got his lings.
Your research is ready.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
Talk to me. Wait. Picking up.
Let's see what you got. Bro, give it up, man. I told you I'm not taking you to prom.
Waiting on
I
you.
told you I'm not taking you to no prom.
Bye. Well, hello.
Your add-on is complete.
On my way. Talk to me. Light. Will do, command. Talk to me.
Oof.
Waiting on you. Heading out. Let's go.
Ready to go.
Light flight's here. Liberation is at hand.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Yikes. I'm getting all sweaty now, guys. I'm getting all sweaty. It's over. My peak performance is about to be tapped.
Incoming orders. Picking up or drop?
In the rear with what's going on? SCV ready.
Your command center's got some new toys.
I didn't really have a backup plan here, so we'll just see what happens.
Your base is under siege.
Reporting for action.
Oh, I'm crazy, man. I'm losing it. I've completely lost my cool. I've been kind of putting in some work here, man. We are putting in the work. It's okay. My fan has an extra velocity setting, so we're good. We are good. I mean, it is like kind of a difficult sitch, right? I feel like we did a lot of work earlier, so I don't want to push my luck too much. But also, man, he does still kind of just have overlords everywhere, doesn't he? Well, I can fix that. Blade Runner quote. Let's go.
Standing by. All hands to battle stations. We have you on screen. Got freedom? Perfect. We're returning fire. Yes, sir.
Oh, he's got a lot of spores.
The Korhal. flight plan is locked. All hands to battle stations. We read you. As you said.
What's going on?
Course set.
Add-on done. Swap away.
Perfect. Perfect. Oh my god, I forgot I've actually kind of had a third base the whole game, huh? That's funny. You know what? That's why I'm sweating, man. I'm like, doing some crazy shit. Got a lot of units on the map. Feeling good. Got the Thors on the way. I'm actually not supply blocked for once in a hot minute. Damn. Yeah, that's a good feeling. Could get used to this. When will we see you in competitive tournaments? I'm 32, man. I'm not competing. There's no money in competitive StarCraft. What are you talking about, man? There's only like, I don't even know. Can you guys do the math? How many people made enough money in prize winning this year to pay like a year of rent? Forget like food, electricity, forget everything. Just like literally the average rent in their country. How many players actually made enough money to do that this year? Once you get over how uncomfortable it is to think about the answer to that question, then we can have interesting conversations about StarCraft again. But as long as you're, as long as that makes you uncomfortable, I don't know that. I don't know that we really can have a good conversation about the state of the game.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
These guys think all the maps still need to be balanced around pro gamer builds. Can't even pay rent. Can't even pay rent being a top 5 player in this game. Come on, guys. Hell no.
Upgrade ready. Moist.
We're almost there. I got a pretty decent Liberator count. It's nice. That's nice, honey. That's nice. I guess I should probably... I'm just going to assume that's a creep tumor. It's probably just spreading creep. No, he's not. Okay. Well, I appreciate that he doesn't have like a super creep thing set up here. Oh, he's just going straight into... it's just an Ultralisk. Ultras. Just the Ultra. Das Ultralisk. Das Ultra. Okay, well, one thing we should probably do before we move out then is just prepare ourselves. Prepare ourselves for an endgame scenario.
Now what?
Boom.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, you got a conscience now all of a sudden, don't ya? You got a conscience now all of a sudden, don't ya? What was that? You have a Baneling mine for all my Hellions or some crazy shit? Is that what that was?
Your base is under siege. Got no paper.
Got. How can we help? We read you.
There we go. See, that's what happens when you don't siege the Liberators over the Thors. Like, that's actually a really big reason why you want to siege over where you want your units to go. This game is actually a really just great example of the philosophy. And now that I've course corrected, we should be able to get into a much better state. Yeah, you see that? You see the situation that he's in? He's got to deal with all these Liberators on his Ultras and stuff. Yeah, this is very good for us. Yeah, I mean, this is it, right? This is all he's got.
Your base is getting blasted.
Yeah, look how desperate he is. But this is how you do it. You siege the Liberators over where your army is, and you're good, man. You just want to make sure the Liberators are sieged on your army. I almost gave you a great reason. Almost gave you a huge reason why I lost this game by not doing that. Not practicing what I preach. It's not the way I was raised. It's not the code. You know, for a random player, he's got no manners, huh? Yeah, that's rapid fire, though. That's rapid fire for sure. If you're dwelling in Grandma's basement, there you go. StarCraft 2, the pro game for the unemployed. Maps need hazards and lava and moving platforms. Yeah, hell yeah, why not? Mix it up, man. Get some new blood. Get some new blood in the game. It's a big deal. We need it. Top 5 from EWC did well enough for the year. Look at that. We got a pro scene where 5 people can support themselves. That's incredible. I love to hear that. I love to hear that, man. How do you click to siege all them libs so fast? Is that the rapid fire you were talking about? Yes, yes. So I have the Liberator siege hotkey set to E and also R. And R is my primary rapid fire key. So if I hold down the R key, it basically will automatically cast whatever I'm trying to cast almost infinitely. Like, think several hundred or several thousand even times a second. So by getting 100 of requests in a second, like, it's really easy to just spray down the Liberators all over. So, but you can see in this patch, one of the biggest things they did was they made it so that Liberators, they actually instantly siege when you cast it within their range. They used to kind of bug out, so they that was one of the reasons why you couldn't use rapid fire with Liberators. But because they don't bug out now, you just, yeah, it's very easy. This may be a better example right here of how I use it, because you just have them all selected and then it takes no time to just boom, right? It's like instant. So, and right there, I should have gone straight on my army, and he did try to snipe my Liberators with my own Thors, but thankfully I just had that many Liberators. And then he's cooked. Completely cooked. That sounds made up. Yeah, exactly, right? It does sound kind of crazy, doesn't it? Do you only play Terran? For 1 versus 1, Terran is like my primary one that I play, but I also do play a lot of Protoss and Zerg and like co-op and Direct Strike. I'm a Master League Protoss player, but I stopped playing Zerg when they deleted the Infested Terran from the game, so I've hit Masters with all 3 races, but I play Zerg the least because I find them very boring. There's too much like, yeah, just doesn't really do it for me. The spreading creep and injecting. Building walls is like maybe a similarly boring task, but like I feel like I can be intelligent about where I place my wall every game, you know, depending on like how the specific game goes. Yeah, they also nerfed the Liberator vision in the last patch, so they did that bug fix for the controlling it, but they made it so the Liberator can't see its maximum range. Even if you don't have the range upgrade, it can no longer see inside its circle completely anymore. So I think that's just them trying to balance it out so that the Liberator is a little bit more of a fair unit. But yeah, you have to have another unit nearby to see the full vision, especially if there's like a line of sight blocker or anything around. They're terrible. They're terrible at that. Thanks for the follow, Spartan. Hope you're doing well. Happy Moon Day.
What's going on? Sure thing.
Ooh, a little SCV for me.
SCVs didn't sign up
For me. Yeah, let's dance.
Bad news?
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, liberators cannot see inside the full vision of their own circles anymore. So, Nate, can you tell me what situations you like to go gas first? Well, you have to go gas first in TVT. So, I go gas first against Terran because it's really the only viable build. And I go gas first against random because I don't know if my opponent is Terran most of the time. So, really, the only matchup you don't want to go gas first in is Terran versus Zerg, because you kind of need to expand really quickly to play, because the game, you know, Zerg is designed to be able to very easily hold most Terran one base pushes. It is extremely difficult. It is extremely difficult to kill a Zerg with like a one base build. You have to take an Expo. So there's like no 1-1-1 push you're gonna do that beats a 2-base Ling Flood or something like that.
Add-ons.
Oh shit. Yeah, he got me. GG. I don't have any units, so. What makes you decide to go gas first instead of barracks and 2 gas against Terran? Yeah, I don't know, because that's the way I've always done it, probably. If you, like, paid me to sit down in a seminar and offered me, like, a free steak dinner, and you were like, listen to my LLM pitch about why going racks double gas is better, then maybe I would let you twist my arm, but that's just the way I've always done it. I will say, sometimes I think it really has to do with how fast you get the factory out. The factory is really important. So that's probably the main reason. Like, really, the only reason that I could ever imagine wanting to go racks then double gas, because my factory would be crazy late, relatively. The only reason I would want to do that is if I thought I was maybe going to get cannon rushed, because then I would want my barracks done as fast as possible, if that makes sense. So, in a situation where I would want to have my barracks as quickly as I can, that is maybe. But that's really only like a cannon rush. If I'm not getting cannon rush, then I'm not super worried about that. Oh, he went, what was that, 3 racks Reaper? He's crazy. He was cheesing us. Uh-oh. We get to play a best of 5 against this guy today. There's only one other person playing StarCraft right now. At least he plays all 3 races, so I don't get bored. At least, thank God. Thank God we've got a guy playing as like the NPC role, right? He's just gonna give me a different look every game. First he plays the Turtle Zerg strat, then he does the proxy 3 racks Reapers. Well, I wonder what we'll see this game. Meatloaf instead of steak? No, it's not gonna do it. I'm an expensive date. I want medium rare filet mignon, maybe like some garlic butter, and bottle of Josh. All right, that's what you need. You want to get in my pants? Write that shit down. Remember it. It's important. Meatloaf and caviar. What is that, like the most cursed surf and turf I've ever heard of? Which kind of Josh? Cabernet Sauvignon, okay? Nathan likes cabs. I like cabs, but in a pinch, Merlot will do just fine. Like, assuming that we have no reds other than Merlot, red's fine. You know, then Merlot's fine. But I prefer a cab. I don't really like white wines. If I'm gonna have something like that, I'd rather have champagne. Mayomi can? No, I don't think I've tried that. I mostly try to you know, I like having a beer every now and again, but I typically on like I've been on a Kolsch and a lager kick recently. There's a really nice lager that a local place makes over here that I've become quite fond of. So I just enjoy that. They've got a couple good ones. But if I'm gonna have a wine, yeah, I prefer a cab. And if I'm gonna have a cocktail, I'd prefer a mojito. But since nobody is qualified to make those in this country, I usually have to settle for a margarita. And I love margaritas. Trust me, I do. But can't beat a good mojito. Margs are your drink of choice? Hell yeah. Oh, we found La Proberto. We found Proberto. He was hiding. I've been here the whole time. You probably get that where you are. The West Coast IPA is so good. P-Fream? I haven't heard of that. You got to keep in mind, I'm like literally in the corner of the country. Like I'm closer to Vancouver, Canada than I am Seattle. Just keep that in mind. I'm not really we're way out. Hood River, Oregon? Oh, okay. I have to see. Let's see if they're at the Freddie Meyer. The Freddie Mai's out here. But we should have Oregon stuff. My favorite California beer I haven't been able to get in years. I really miss the Racer 5 IPA. And that's some good shit. Not bad. I mean, I got his observer. We got his obs. Losing the evac. Actually, I didn't lose the evac, but losing the cyclones. You know, it hurts. It hurts. Love hurts as well. There are many things that hurt. Jalen hurts. We'll live. We'll live. You ain't glamping on Woman's Island over the summer. You must be near there. Yeah. Winthrop. You know, I always get confused by Winthrop because there's a Winthrop in Pennsylvania as well. We have a Winthrop in Northeast Pennsylvania. So every time anybody mentions Winthrop out here to me, my brain kind of turns off because I'm like, oh yeah, you know. It's like when people would talk about Lancaster in California, and I'm like, there's a Lancaster in Pennsylvania, and my brain won't let me separate the two. So I get that. No, we haven't been out to Winthrop. No, we moved out to Bellingham like in July, so we've only been out here for like 2 or 3 months now.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
He had the robo. He could have made a play on me. I don't really have any anti-air. I should probably build like a cyclone or two. Just like 1 or 2. 1 to 2 cyclones. 1 to 2 to tree. The Shrimp Shack by Deception Pass, so good. No, we spent like the last 2 years living out in Arlington. There's nothing to do out there, so we didn't really get up to too much. Between that and our work schedule, it was certainly a lot to juggle those days. Certainly a lot to juggle. No, we just like looking at the ducks at the pond. It's always a good time. Look at that.
You've depleted that mineral.
Receiving.
SCV ready.
See, that's where I was like, no prism, huh? And then he finally does it, but a little bit too late. Thankfully, not an issue.
Command center's got some new toys.
Call the ball. Turbine.
There he is. Oh, yeah, big boy? You hit a year sub? Hell yeah, ABQ. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. God bless you, dude. Hope you're doing well. Keep on keeping on.
Talk to me.
I can't believe this guy wanted me to brutalize him so badly. It's kind of a silly game now.
Right?
I'm digging it, though.
Got no patience. You scared me.
Picking up. Engine screaming.
What's going on?
Waiting on you. Acknowledge.
Command center 2.0 ready to go.
Picking up or dropping. Light flight fuel.
You guys tosses his worst race. Look at that. We already got people in chat coping for my opponent. Oof. I didn't realize this game turned into a charity. I'd like to remind you, I played a 40-minute TVZ with this guy at the start of the stream. I am currently like 7 games deep against this man. I am like 7 games deep right now against this man.
I'm done. Swap away.
He no GG'd me. Am I supposed to feel bad for him? Am I supposed to turn the other cheek?
Your add-on is
Reporting for action.
Now we just wait for him to go into Stargate, right? And then he'll throw the match that way. He's making so many cannons now, though. You know, it's like gonna be kind of hard to.
I got my ears on.
We'll see what he's got. What his plan is.
You didn't build your base.
I'm glad these guys always just go straight for that stuff.
Loud. Hollow back. Inbound. Reporting for action.
Command center upgrade.
I got my ears on. Call the ball. Can. Roger that. I got my
Are you Open-minded.
Need something liberating? Liberation is a call. I got my ear. Holla back. I got loud and clear. Engine screaming. Receiving. Attention. Perfect. Flight plan is locked.
Oh, free immortal. Hell yeah.
Research is ready.
Receiving.
Look how many observers he's got in his main base over there too.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Ooh, good feedbacks. Good feedback.
We'll let the planet dry.
Engaging. Turbines deployed.
Do you think he'll GG if I beat him this game, or do you guys think that he views this whole thing as a waste of time still?
I'm gonna enjoy this. Weapons hot.
You've exhausted. You mined out some of your minerals.
I hope he can find it in his heart to forgive me.
Awaiting orders. Scanning.
Well, he knows about this, so he's just gonna go straight for it, right? Just move away.
Upgrade ready.
Ba-da-da-da.
Depleted that mineral.
Liberation is a path.
Man, having these libs siege is a problem. Wow, he baited me. That's okay. We'll figure it out. I don't think he's gonna like push us here. Oh yeah, he's just ready. He's so ready. Oh, he waited his whole life for this moment. That's for sure.
Mined out a mineral field.
Damn. That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be all right, buddy. It's gonna be all right.
You've mined out some of your minerals. You've depleted that mineral field. Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Moving in.
I just need to get as many Vikings as I can. Just keep stacking and cracking command centers. As many CCs on the map as possible.
SC base is under siege. Mined out a You've depleted that mineral field.
Awaiting orders. State your command. What's going? Go ahead.
He doesn't have any observers or anything out on the map, so it should be relatively easy for us to move out.
Big job. Scanning battle.
Don't know what he was going for there.
Incoming orders.
GG. Well played. Let's go next. I'm rooting for you. Thank you. Thank you. That was a good game. That was a good one. See, when he tries, we can play good games. When he tries, we can play good games. When he puts in that little bit of extra effort, we actually get a sick game. That's what I like to see. When he played Zerg, he just turtled and did nothing. When he played Terran, he did a 3-racks. Did proxy 3-racks Reaper. But when he played Protoss, he actually played a pretty decent game. I'm going to guess he's a Protoss main. But that was at least a quality experience. I certainly overcommitted with my Banshees a few times, so I didn't have the anti-ground I needed. That's on me. I got a little greedy trying to poke that middle base. I must admit, I probably didn't deserve it. Probably went just a little bit too far out. How are you guys doing today? Did you have a good weekend? I know I was just on yesterday, so only so many things can have happened between then and now, but I figured I might as well ask, might as well check in on you. See how things are going.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Oh, he cheesing me, proxying me. All right, let's just go next. He's having a little giggle. Happy to let you have that one, brochacho. Booked a hotel with your wife and dog. Nice, nice. Man, that was going to be like my first TVZ that wasn't against a random player. I was actually going to get to play a real one. What a shame he didn't want to play. I just assumed based on that build he wanted the game over as fast as possible, so I just thought I'd do him a solid. Hook him up. I'm a nice guy like that. Bow, 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 bow. She was barking at every move. Nice, nice. Banshee harass felt great. I love the Banshee harass. You just got to remember that if you lose the Banshees, then they're still pretty expensive. They're still pretty expensive. It's a Protoss this game.
Big job. Bad news. SCV ready. In the rear with SCV ready.
Workers win games. Protect them.
What, you run out? Go ahead. Bad news. SCV ready. Big job, huh? Huh? Yeah. Yep. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that damage. Look at that damage on the probe. That's nice. He's gonna think twice. He's gonna think twice before he tries to poke my SCV again.
What's going on? SCV ready.
I don't know what that means, Lucas. I only speak English. I'm sorry.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Oh, he's gonna get cheeky, huh? He wants to get cheeky with me. He wants to get cheeky. That's fine, I'm gonna take your probo away.
Command center's got some new toys.
If you wanna build something over here, that's okay. I'll let you do that too. You don't have to worry about it. I'm a nice guy like that. I don't see an extra gateway over here, so I think we're okay.
Add-ons.
Bad news. SCV ready. Big job, huh?
There's no real easy way to wall that off, is there? I guess I can use the racks. That might be the path. Yeah, I think actually this can work. I can just put one there and we're good. Yeah, we're fine. Everything is completely okay. Wondering if getting a barracks down as fast as possible and Reaper rushing is a viable strategy. I mean, it really just depends on your definition of viable. You can do whatever you want in StarCraft, you know. It mostly depends on if you let other random people tell you what you should or shouldn't do in a video game. Are you the kind of person who lets random people you've never met tell you what you should or shouldn't do in a video game? Because if you are, then you probably don't want to Reaper rush every game. People will tell you that's a bad thing to do. Do you care a lot about what other people think about you? Then probably don't do Reaper rushes. It's a choice you gotta make. You gotta make on your own. No one can make that one for you.
SCV ready. Bad news. SCV ready.
Ready for dust off. Light.
The Grand Reaper has arrived. Go ahead.
We'll move out this little scoot.
Research complete.
Just want to try and get the third CC booted up.
Add-on is complete.
Where's the emergency? On my way.
Beautiful.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Engine screaming. Call the ball.
Ready to roll out.
Here.
In the rear with
What's our target? What's that? Command center upgrade complete.
Loud and
SCV
clear.
ready.
Your research has concluded.
Call it back. Right.
Man! These guys always have cannons up against me, huh? They've always got cannons. Oh, okay, it's just a regular battery. Thank gosh. Thank gosh.
Command center upgrade.
Will do. SCV ready. SCV ready.
That's always the toughest part, though, right? Because they always have that set up so fast defensively. I thought I did some good damage, but he must have had an obs that saw me halfway across the map or something. Alright, this is his plan, right? No, this is what he wanted. This is what he wanted. Build cannons for me, Daddy. Build them cannons for me.
Head on down. Swap away. Ready to go. FTV ready. Give us your best. You scared me.
Engine screaming.
Your add-on is complete.
SCV ready. We hear you. Go ahead.
Good.
SCV ready.
Your base is under siege.
Loud and clear.
No more abs.
Mayday! Mayday!
Give us your best shot. Your CVs didn't sign up to fight.
Yep.
What's that?
Talk to me. I heard that.
Engine screaming.
What if I told you there's another like me? Meet my son, Trunks. He's also a Super Saiyan.
Command Center 2.0 upgrade ready. Noise.
What's going on? SCV ready. You scared me. In the rear. Bad news.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready.
Talk to me.
SCV ready.
Reporting for action. Engine off.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Roger
You
that.
didn't build your base just for it to get blown up, did you?
SCV ready.
Damn, look at that. He's got Phoenix out on the map. He's got Phoenix. Yeah, we are going there. Shorty, I can take you there. That is where we're headed. We are headed to the Shorty take you there phase of the game. It's the part of the game where Shorty takes you there. I know, shocker. We're not expecting Shorty to actually take you there, but yet here we are. Here we are.
Workers win games. Command center upgrade complete.
Bro, if that is like your main thing, if like that's what you're doing right now, is just focusing on that, it's actually so sick for me. Yeah, go defend that. All right, go do what I want you to do.
Good thing you've got more of those, right?
Roger.
Upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Add-on done. Swap away.
Right.
Bad news? What's going on? SCV ready.
You've mined out some of your minerals. What's our
Where's my evac?
Waiting on you.
Your base is getting blasted.
SCV ready.
Well, they're being built. We're getting there.
On my way.
Meh? No, absolutely no chance. That's okay. You see how caked up this guy is right now? You see how bricked up? You see how bricked up this guy is?
Follow back. Loud and clear. Yeah? Receiving.
Yeah, I got dudes everywhere, man.
We'll let the planet
I split them all up. I know. You've never heard of such tech before. It's a high-level move. Oh, he's also... Yeah, well, we already knew about the Phoenix, right? We knew about those, so...
What is it?
I do think we have enough money to just kind of do this thing that we want to do, which is incredible. I feel like I don't always just get to do whatever I want, so that's nice. It is typically not a privilege I'm afforded. Just doing whatever. But I'm feeling good, feeling good. Sorry, when I get startled, I make sound effects. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's almost a perfect little flower, isn't it? It's a serious... Whoa, what was that? He had some funky going on there. He did the lag switch thing right as he blinked on my base. Isn't that nuts?
You didn't build your base just for it to get blown up, did you?
That is crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, there you go. He lost his recall cooldown. Lost his recall cooldown.
Good thing you've got more of those, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Go attack that. You have fun, buddy. Go base trade. Go base trade into Widow Mines and Planetaries and Liberators, bro. Let me know how hell looks this time of year. No GG? Fuck you. Yeah, that was a great one. That was a nice game right there. I feel like if I do enough damage, I don't have to transition into Sky Tank into like regular, you know? Oh, is that just BattleNet herping a derp? Then he's out of the game. maybe BNet's giving me a little bit of that cheddar. They don't like my battlecruiser spam. He did take the bottom left base during that. I checked a few times. He had no upgrades, just +1. When do you think StarCraft 3 is coming out? I don't know, man. If you're that hopeful about the future, all I have to say is God bless you, man. You got a lot more positive outlook on things than I do. I'm just hopeful SC2 can stay in this like nice place where it is. I've lowered my expectations for Earth quite a bit now. I don't expect to get new nice things I like. I would like to preserve as many of the nice things I have, though, if that's possible. If they ever do a StarCraft 3, I'm in. I'm all in. Hell yeah, why not? But I absolutely, you know, if I was the Magic 8-Ball and you were shaking me, my response would be like Woody from Toy Story, and I would probably be don't count on it. It'd be cool though. I'll take it. I'm not opposed to it at all. I'm not opposed to the idea. I don't expect it. I don't expect that to be something that ends up happening. As cool as it would be. As cool as it would be. Boom. Yeah, let's do that. Why not StarCraft MMO? I mean, if it's good, I'll play it. I'm not like you guys, all right? I'm built different. I like to play any game that's good. If they decided to make a StarCraft phone game, I would try it. What if it's good? I don't know. I was really hopeful they'd go with David Kim's idea and just make a ripoff of Clash Royale with StarCraft stuff. That would have been fucking awesome, man. They should have done that. I could have been playing that game for 10 years already. We got a TVT. But I would be down. I'd be down. Cyclone dropping straight lib, but instead of 2 cyclones, it was Marine Mine Cyclone. Yeah, so not my build, right? The 1 cyclone for Marine drop is something Clem has been doing. There's been, I mean, the cyclone is really good as an early anti-air deterrent, and Bio doesn't really have any good defensive stuff at the start of the game. You either build a bunker, which takes forever and doesn't move, right? But like the cyclone gives you basically the same ability to zone someone out of your base that stalkers do. But Marines don't do that until you have stim, and even then, sometimes baiting the stim is worth doing no damage at all. So. Hey, from Norway, my dude. What do you prefer to fight against? TVZ, OG TVT, or TVP? Hey, Johan. Well met. Well met, and let me say tusen tak for your question. You know, Terran versus Zerg can get really fun when it's like back and forth. I love doing like Hellion micro. I love like the way that I have to split up my siege and my liberators and all of that. Like that's fun for me. But I really think like Terran versus Protoss lately. Like, I think it's almost a free win if I get cheesed. Like, I think defending Protoss cheese is still really, really hard. But if I get into a macro game, like if I'm able to get my Cyclone drop out and keep the Protoss contained and do that wham bam with the Banshees and just staying in their face and being really aggressive, like that is something I really, really enjoy about Terran versus Protoss right now. And I can't really play that style against Zerg because they're a little bit, you know, they're a little bit too hard to catch off guard like that. And mutas have kind of come back. A lot of people open Spire now, so it's been a little trickier to do fancy openings versus Zerg players because a lot of them are going to go. A lot of them are going Spire now, whether they think I'm going battlecruisers or not. So it's a bit of a learning curve, a bit of an adjustment. My favorite matchup to play in the history of StarCraft, though, would have been Terran versus Zerg during Heart of the Swarm. I think that was like peak. Like I don't think Terran versus Zerg has ever been better than it was in Heart of the Swarm. I think we had the best TVZ setup at that time. Buffing Baneling HP and adding lurkers to the game and liberators and all the weird ghost changes they did. I think those things kind of ruined the identity of Terran versus Zerg quite a bit. So I'm an old school guy. I would love to play a Heart of the Swarm type TVZ if it was viable, you know. I would love to do that. And maybe somebody will prove it to be, since Widow Mines did get buffed back to how they used to be. So it's maybe possible. You could try to go Marine Mine against Zerg, but even things like Ravagers kind of give people a way to play without having to... Like, the thing about Ravagers is they're not, like, the greatest unit either, but if you knew your opponent was playing Mines, like, Zerg just has more answers to them, so it's, like, harder to just go out and do that endless push type thing. So I miss those days. I don't like Planetaries and Liberators and Ghosts having to take 45 minutes every time a Terran versus Zerg doesn't end on 3 bases, you know? That's my, like, old man shouting at the clouds. I'm like, my old man shouting at the clouds thing is that I just really, really wish I could play Heart of the Swarm Terran versus Zerg forever because it was perfect. It was perfect, and nothing they've ever done or achieved in this game will ever come close to that. No cap. On God. For real, for real. That's just how I feel. And I saw you on Roddy's chat earlier and wanted to drop by your Bane off from DreamHack. In 2014, in Bucharest with Jeff still lives rent-free in my head to this day. Glad to see you're still around, dude. I think about Jeff all the time. That's one of my favorite videos. It's one of my absolute favorite videos, man. That was a great event. That was an absolutely fantastic event. I always remember that event. I think that was I never went to Bucharest. But I think the event you're referring to is it was a DreamHack winter or a summer. I remember because I was wearing a Batman shirt. I wore that shirt for 3 days because Lufthansa lost my luggage at Jönköping Airport. So I actually didn't have any clothes. I didn't have any clothes that whole event. I've been really poor before, though. So for me, I was like, oh, I'll just hand wash everything with soap in the sink every day. So that was what I did because there were no stores there. And I didn't really have any money anyway. So the CEO of DreamHack did... give me a shirt for the final day. He did let me take a shirt from the store. That was nice. And I did find some Portal 2 socks that I think were for cosplay chicks. But I did want to get a fresh pair of socks. So that was, you know, that was a memory that's very ingrained deep in me now. It was a crazy event for that reason alone. So I do remember I was in Jönköping when that happened, but that was such a good time. That was such a good time. Yeah, like, they're like, oh yeah, your luggage is still in Amsterdam, even though you made the connection, your luggage didn't. So all your clothes are in Amsterdam Schiphol, and we'll have them here at the airport by, like, you know, we can have them to your hotel by, like, the final day. So I didn't even get my clothes back until the final day of the event. The very final day, they're like, oh, hey, Nate, someone dropped something off at your hotel room. And I'm like, so that was, yeah. I'm a bit of a cleanliness freak, you know. I shower every day. I use exfoliating loofahs. I wash my hair every other day, and I condition on the days I don't wash. You know, I've got a process. I like to take care of myself. So, being across the world without any of my stuff, without my whole suitcase, that sucked. Doing a StarCraft event like that was brutal, man. But, you know, we did that shit. We did that shit for the love of the game. It's good times. It's good times. That was the... I'm pretty sure I remember that Bane-off video. I have that Batman shirt on. Every time I see that video, I look at that shirt and I think about how ripe it must have been. I know it's a little bit gross, but it's a pretty funny memory, okay? I was like 22 at that time, so it's kind of unhinged shit, I guess, that's supposed to happen to you when you're that young. And from that day on, Nathan never checked his luggage again. It is the yellow Batman shirt, indeed. Good memory. Yeah. After that, I literally never checked my luggage going to a StarCraft event ever again. I never did it. I never did it ever again. That was it. That was the only time. So people would always be like, Nathan, why do you just travel with a suit with, like, a carry-on and nothing else everywhere you go? And I'm like, because fuck these people. I don't trust nobody anymore. Excuse me, sorry, these people. That makes it better, right? Even though I still am saying the exact same thing, the implication that I care about whether it hurts your ears or not is worth more than even the act of censoring it itself. It's the implication. Yeah, exactly. That's what you're here for, isn't it? It's Terran versus Terran, so the reason why nothing is happening is because that's how this matchup works. Nothing happens. We both max out. We move across the map. We accidentally miss each other's armies. Turns into a base trade. And I'll probably lose because I'll get flustered thinking about embarrassing myself in front of all you cutie pies. It's true. It's true. I'm absolutely not the stone cold killer I wish I was.
Add-on done. Swap away.
No, I'm the guy that has to use traps and deception and sneakiness. I have to use my brain to win. I wasn't born tall or strong enough to just push over everybody I ever had to fight. I had to think my way out of many difficult situations. And this is just another one of them. This is just another one of them. Oh, there you go. Is that the first time I've been scanned all game? I do like that. That's what it's all about. The guy doesn't do anything the whole game, and the moment I go to take that fourth base to scan straight on my army, he's there. Not much I can do about that. Not much I can do. I'm just gonna GG. I think he wants this game to go a long time, so I'm just gonna say I lost. I lost the game because I lost that base. There you go. That's why I left. I got my auto battle going for the Dragon Raid tournament. Good times. That's how I want to enter the stream, Nate with no clothes. Yeah. When I went to Sweden and I connected in Amsterdam through Lufthansa, and my checked bag did not make it to Jönköping with me. And it's important to keep in mind we didn't fly to Jönköping. We flew to Gothenburg. So my luggage ended up at Gothenburg Airport finally. That's where we actually flew, which was still like an hour drive. Like it was literally a 1 hour drive from Gothenburg to Jönköping. So that was like, yeah. Crazy. You had me at loofah, dude. Exfoliation is important, guys. You don't want to have body acne, all right? Get that exfoliating with the little rocks in your shampoo or your body wash. Get that shit. Get yourself a little scrubby sponge guy and just go to town. Peel off a few layers of your flesh, all right? Be soft. Be beautiful. Do it for yourself. It feels good, man. Just waiting for them to put those Christmas bath bombs, you know, at the it's been all Halloween stuff at the it's only been Halloween stuff at the soap store. I can't remember the name. Bath and Body Works. It's only been Halloween stuff at Bath and Body Works, but you know my favorite scents are all like the crisp apple, the apple Christmas scents that they always put out. So it's about to be nothing. Like half the store is about to be apple scents, apple vanilla, apple cinnamon. Oh, it's gonna be so good. I can't wait. Truly. You dilute your head and shoulders with 5% bleach just so you know you're squeaky clean. There you go. The dream. You thought they went out of business? You thought Bath and Body Works went out of business? Well, first of all, Nothing goes out of business. When the television tells you somebody went bankrupt, what they really mean is the people they owe all their debt to now own them. But they don't always get destroyed. I don't know if Bath & Body Works ever went bankrupt, but going bankrupt doesn't mean that they destroy everything. You know, like Bed Bath & Beyond literally got completely rebooted as like an online storefront by Overstock.com. But even though Bed Bath & Beyond is like they're super mega cooked, giga gone, they actually do still just completely exist as a company because most people don't want to throw away a brand these days. In fact, Overstock, I think Overstock actually changed their brand into Bed Bath & Beyond or something crazy like that, as I recall. Alright, I'm just gonna GG. I think he Reaper rushed us, right? Probably, yeah, 3 racks Reaper. Shocker. Shocker that the guy who said hi Nate cheesed me. They want to pretend to be fans, but they're not. They got no love in this club. Except for Blizzard. Well, Blizzard hasn't thrown away any of its brands. They update StarCraft. They still put out patches for most of their games. A body wash called Knees and Toes. It's just a wasted pun. I see. They're focused on that hair market. Now I've got really, really thick Eastern European descended hair, so I go with the heavy duty. I go with the heavy duty shampoo for that. It's good stuff. Blizzard is giving you the cold shoulder. It's a bit chilly, you could say. Yeah, you know, people anthropomorphize companies and like think of them as like an individual that makes its own independent choices, and you know, it's like on some level it's like believing in Santa Claus when you're a kid, and it's kind of adorable, but then you see grown men do it and you're like, you know that it's like 12 old rich white guys that just decide everything that happens there. It's not like Blizzard itself has a soul or a brain. You know that, right? Maybe one day they'll put out like an AI chatbot that's like, I'm Blizzard, I'm the company, I just speak on behalf of the entire company. Maybe one day they'll do that, but until that happens, I don't think of Blizzard as some entity that deliberates on its own and is actively opposed to the enjoyment of the games by its fans. I think that's a little bit facetious, a little bit out there, a little bit cray. Oh, there's the block. Yeah, I was making a joke about the company having an AI bot representing itself. I thought it was funny. thought I was going somewhere with that. I'm like, how ridiculous do I have to make a response to a comment? Like, you know, when I respond to what someone says, like, how do I not make them uncomfortable, but also give genuine reactions? And I'm like, what if I just vamp about this company literally becoming its own AI bot? You know, will that make the person think I'm being defensive still? I don't know. I'm trying to learn how to communicate with humans, but I appreciate your bad dad joke. Please don't assume I'm offended because I have a dry tone. I'm way too sober over here. Someone said go Cowboys. Are they playing tonight? Apparently the Broncos and the Colts are the best teams in the league, which is nuts. Don't know how that happened. I don't like that. Bo Nix has impressed me. Daniel Jones. I'm like literally the biggest Daniel Jones hater of all time. And like, what the fuck am I supposed to say now? See guys, I can own when I'm wrong. I can't believe how well Daniel Jones is playing this season. I hate him. I feel like I'm Vince Vaughn watching Ron Burgundy save that panda, and I'm like, mother f***er. You know, that's where I am. On one hand, I hate him. On the other hand, it's incredible. It's incredible what he's done this year. It's like he's literally a different person. Guys, I'm telling you. He got body jacked by an alien who wanted to play football for shits and giggles. Okay, it's not him. It's not him. It's like the tall man. It's the skinwalker. It's what is it that I get the horror TikToks? If you walk in and they're doing the smile. He's a smile. It's the movie Smile. Did I do it? Did I get there? So anyway, yeah, Daniel Jones. He's
Talk to me.
he certainly turned his career around, hasn't he? Hasn't he?
Your add-on is complete. Research has concluded.
Where's the emergency? Let's go.
But my favorite thing about my playstyle against Protoss, I can't play Bio versus Protoss because Protoss have a million ways to punish you and keep you in your base forever. I hate it. Like, it really makes playing Bio so boring because you don't have any map control at any point in the game when you play Bio in TVP, because it's not really possible to have more economy than Protoss in this version of the game. But when you do builds like this, you can really, really put a lot of strain on their economy and slow them down. That's what makes this such an enjoyable style for me. This is one of the few things that allows me to get out on the map and put the fear of God into Protoss. Because otherwise they'll never respect you, you know? They'll never respect you. You can't Protoss, they'll never give you respect. You have to take it. You have to take it every time. They will take the fastest, easiest way out of the game every time if you let them. So you just gotta be on a whole different level of locked in.
Research complete. Go ahead.
Yeah, that should be enough.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
Yeah, that's fine. Go make 500 photon cannons now, bitch. Make sure you build a lot of cannons for me. It's gonna take a lot. Nathan's got really good Banshee micro, you know that. Make sure you build a lot of cannons. Been listening to the Pusheen Cat Lo-Fi radio on my side today. Just keeping the chill vibes going. I just imagine you hate watching him. Well, you know, it was like my hatred came from watching him play poorly, just to be clear. He was just a really bad quarterback who got paid a crazy amount of money to basically do nothing. He was one of those guys that thought he could be like Josh Allen if he just threw his body on the ball every play like Josh Allen, but damn, yeah, he did build the cannons for me. See? That's good. That's good. So there you go. He's already in turtle mode, so I say we just fucking send it, since we already know. He's not gonna do anything all game now. He's just gonna make cannons like everybody else does, so. I say we just go straight to BCs on 3 bases and just see what the fuck happens. Since he's trying to meme us a little bit. Can kind of just scout around with a Banshee or two, give myself a little bit of map vision, not worry about it too much. He just has to go straight to Stargate now. So we'll be ready to just switch into a million Vikings as soon as we see his Tempest. But we already have everything ready, so I just expect him to continue to play very defensively. He's afraid to fight us. There we go.
Ready to pick up?
Now with BCs in a situation like this, it pretty much entirely just boils down to
And I'm done. Swap away.
getting out enough. Just boils down to getting out enough, but we'll just go for it. We'll just go for it.
Picking up or dropping off?
We'll assume that he's going into Tempests, and we'll just do like mass battlecruiser with Viking. That way, the only way he can beat us is if he uses Psystorm, and I just don't think. I think he's going to be too lazy to go Psystorm. I don't think he'll do it. So, the Vikings should actually be really strong in this situation.
Waiting on you. Let's go.
He hasn't given me the the vibe that that's what he's going to do. So,
Where's the emergency?
boom, boom,
Talk to
boom.
me.
Oh, he did just start his Templar Archives. No way. He just started that, like, right after I said that?
Ready to pick up?
Oh. Well, don't mind if I do.
What is it?
Wow, can you believe that, guys? I said that was the only thing he needed, and then boom, I come over and it's just right there. I love it. I love it. He's a smart man.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only going BCs. I'm not actually building Vikings, so I'm just gonna say a bunch of other random shit in case he's not paying attention to the stream, you know? I just gotta say a bunch of stuff I'm doing that's unrelated. Hopefully he builds a lot of High Templar. That would be nice.
Research is ready.
Really? And more Immortals too, if he could do that.
Upgrade complete.
You need, oh sorry, I'd be really upset if he made like 15 Immortals right now. That would really, man, he would absolutely wreck my Thor transition I've been secretly doing the whole time. Well, we kind of knew he would jump on something. So that's his first. He's getting pissed at us now. That's our prize. That's our prize. I'm trolling him too much now.
Who called in the fleet?
I'm trolling him too much.
What is it? Yes. Who called in the fleet? Well, yes, Commander.
Your base is getting blasted.
Yeah, he's just gonna go to all of them, right?
SCVs are being liberated in the command center.
Yes, Commander.
Beautiful.
Yes. Patching you through. Well, SCV ready. Oh, really? SCV ready. Well, SCV ready.
Get all zip roads.
Find out some of your minerals. Find out a mineral field.
Oh, really?
blasted that Vespine geyser. Upgrade ready.
Nice. Now you switch back into the Banshees now that we've destroyed most of his static defense spam. And he's going to get to have a really fun time dealing with that. I hope he has 5,000 observers. Boom, boom. Ba-do-do-do. Go get that corner base. You know you need it, big boy.
Command center's got some.
I mean, I might have enough PCs to deal with him here.
Add-on is complete.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, this is my favorite part.
I got my ears on. Yeah? Engine screaming.
Perfect.
Big job.
Engine screaming.
You're not allowed to leave your side of the map, bro. You don't have any observers.
What is it? Well? Will do. Patching you through.
All back. Can do.
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, I can just keep the battle cruisers at home, actually, right? Since he's got to deal with the, he's got to deal with these somehow. I would love to know how he affords a Stargate here. This would be a really interesting test for him. This guy just loves punishment. Bro's bound and gagged for me. Yeah, he did it himself too. What? He's into some FREA, KAKAK. If it was your dream to be contained by Banshees for 45 minutes, you may get that dream fulfilled today. You may get that dream fulfilled.
Call the ball.
Imagine thinking you could defeat Nathanias. Yeah, you track my army with no observers, bro. You track my army with no obs. Good luck. Good luck.
What is it?
All back.
I guess he's just gonna turtle for the rest of the game. He's just gonna drag it out and waste time. Yeah, he doesn't have any bases. He's totally broke. He's totally broke. Yeah, not going home. You want a base trade? Oh, there it is. There it is. Wow. Sure glad he didn't make a bunch of immortals, guys. Kipo. Remember when I made a comment about how he needed Psystorm and then he made a Templar Archives and then he didn't use it at all? That's fun. That's fun. Ugh. I love when I can just say stuff and it'll happen even if I'm not doing it. It is beautiful. The power, man. The power I have. It's intoxicating. Cybercore kill count 5. Look at that. He's keeping track for me. Thank you, unit. Thank you, thank you. 5 Cybercores. It's nice. I hope he doesn't build a bunch of immortals. Suddenly he's got 6 immortals, the Templar Archives, but he realized, I guess he realized quickly enough he didn't actually need the Templar Archives because he didn't make any Archons, he didn't make anything else, so that was a fun one. Yeah, Nexus first too. This is there's a guy I play that does this actually every game. I'm gonna guess this guy hasn't played many other matches today. No, he has. Okay. Oh, he's actually been grinding for like 8 hours. I take it back. He's just crazy. He's just crazy. I don't have anything else to say after seeing that. I'm like, wow, he's doing some weird stuff. Did he just get on to play me? No, he's been playing for 8 hours straight. There is nothing I can say about that. Holy shit. He's probably like 8 monster energies deep. He's like, he's playing in slow motion like the Flash. That was a good game, though. Oh, he did have 1 Archon? Okay, that's fair, that's fair. That's good. That makes me feel better. I was like, no Storm? Storm's feel bad right now to a lot of players because it doesn't work on mobile armies. No, sorry, I need to give you guys a little more context. I was making a joke about how I was going to say things that I wasn't actually doing in the game to see if I could make him like build stuff he didn't need. So that's why I was like, we'll be completely fine as long as he doesn't get Storm. And then as soon as I flew, like literally as I said that, he started his Twilight Templar Archives like 5 seconds later. So I was just having a bit of a giggle. We checked. He's been grinding all day. There's no foul play. I just thought it was funny. That's all. I just thought it was funny that I was like, I'm gonna go Vikings with my BCs if he goes Stargate. So he better have Storm. And then I'd like, boom, Templar Archives dropped, and I was just like, is he gonna make anything? So I don't necessarily think Storm is what you actually want there. Not versus battle cruisers. But I was like, well, if he goes Tempest, I want him to think I'm gonna build Vikings. Because I'm trying to be lazy over here. I'm trying to be really lazy and just do what I want, you know? Sometimes Nathan just wants to build a battlecruiser, and everybody at the park just has to deal with it, alright? Let me have my manic episode and go pew 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 pew, and then I'll go back to playing boring, regular strategies. Good game? Thank you. TVP is crazy like that, though. Like, I thought my Cyclone Pressure did decently, but it's always tricky. Those Cyclones are not cheap. They take a long time to build. I don't ever really intend to replace them. I don't ever intend to replace the Cyclones after the drop phase. So it's like, I really don't want to lose them, because if I do, then that's my anti-air, that's my anti-oracle, anti-prism, that's my poke. If he tries to run a Stalker behind the natural, like over here, and my tank's here, like that's where the Cyclone really comes in handy. That's where it's super, super important. So, yeah, I thought he was going to go Stargate as well. But I like, as soon as I see, I'm like trying to learn player tendencies. I'm trying to learn player tendencies, like of the people that I play against. So the, when a lot of these Protoss players, when they start to build photon cannons, that's when I realize they're not going out of their base for a while. So when they're not going to leave their base and I get a quick third up because the Banshee and the Cyclone drop pressure, like, give me space to do so. That was me trying something a little bit different because I did think he would be eating himself at our 4th base every time we took it. And he did that. He did. He didn't leave units behind. He was F2ing like a madman. He didn't have any units spread out on the map at all. He was just going straight to stuff. So I was like, that's why I was like, question mark. But he, reality was, if he would, obviously he wasn't cheating at all because I had a ninja base the whole game. I had that bottom right corner the whole game. That was like the only thing I was mining off of at the end was that bottom right base. So just to be clear, you know, I just thought it would be funny to make the Templar comment, but his play style was very much so like a turtle up, make sure the Banshees won't hurt him anymore. And as soon as you've got somebody building like 3 or 4 photon cannons per base, you just have to recognize that's thousands of resources that aren't going into charged zealots being dumped into your natural. So once you make them do that and they're not building anything other than stalkers or trying to go straight to Stargate, you're already on the path to 3 saturated bases in TVP. And from that point, from that position, the ideal move is, like, I think the more cannons and batteries and the more they turtle, the harder it is to do something with my Viking Liberator Ghost style, because I played a turtle toss earlier today that did relatively decently against it. So I just think in those situations, I just need to go BCs a little bit faster and just punish them for building a million static defense, because battlecruisers obviously don't care about static D. Now, the fact that there is no probe scout, now there are no professional Protoss players that don't probe scout. Literally, everyone does. So usually, if there's no probe scout at all, you can typically infer that it's some kind of proxy-based build, or they're doing something that they just don't have any kind of fear of repercussions. So we will see. We'll see if we can find a way to punish him here. Very late expand. See, there you go. He opened 2 gateways, so he is very much so not interested in letting us do our thing. How viable is a Ghost Rush? I don't really like ghosts, so I don't know. I think the Ghost is honestly a pretty bad unit. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of the Ghost at all. Damn, GG. Let's go next. I think he wanted that game to be over fast, right? That's why he opened with 2 gateways, so. How much does it cost to repair? 25% of the total unit HP. If you build a unit for 100 minerals and it has 1 health and it has 100 HP, repairing it from 1 to 100 would cost you 25 minerals. Is there a good way to counter the build you did as Toss? I lose to all cheese. Like, Protoss cheese is straight up busted in the matchup. Like, if I get cheesed, I just always lose. But if they play a macro build, it's like I'm opening with a drop and not a lot of units. So, like, is there a counter? The counter is to play the game. Like, in the game, you'll often face air harass, ground harass, but there's nothing specific that's necessary against a drop. You just need to kill it. You need to keep it out of your base. That's the game. That's the whole game, actually. If there was actually an answer to your question, then there would be no point in playing this game. My favorite thing is that everybody responds differently, so I have different opportunities to take advantage of how they respond. That's why I like to play strategy games. I don't believe in this, like, is there just a counter? Is there just something you do against it? People in StarCraft, like, they want to believe that, you know? Like, they want to believe multi-level marketing schemes aren't fake jobs either, but they're like, well, if I just do the right thing, I'll always win. That's just not true. You can do all the right things and lose. So I don't believe in just saying, oh yeah, just do this and that's it. You do this build once and then no one you play ever will do the build again. And you'll win every time you ever play someone who does it. It's like, no, that's crazy. That's crazy. This is a Terran versus Terran on a 3-player map, so I'll just be chilling. Looking at StarCraft as a spreadsheet simulator will not win you games. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm sure you think there's a lot of technique to fighting. I'm sure you think there's a lot of technique to fighting and fighting stance and preparation and all of that. But at the end of the day, all you need to do is hesitate and make one mistake, get punched in the wrong spot, and it's over. It doesn't matter how tough you are. It doesn't matter how hard you work. All it takes is one moment of weakness for you to seize victory or face defeat.
Command center upgrade complete.
You got to view StarCraft as a fight like that. There are no rules. There's no regulation on what people can do in this game, how they can play, what builds they can use, compositions. You got to be ready for anything. Assuming that there are easy answers is how you keep yourself from ever improving. There are no easy answers to anything. Not in the game, not in real life. If you want to get better at anything, you just got to do it. You got to do it. You got to look at the output of your work, even if it's shit. Even if your work is complete shit, you got to be able to look at it and go, you know what? I see here that if I had been a little bit more careful about painting the edge here, I might have actually avoided having this little spot where it doesn't line up, you know? It's just being able to look at your own work and objectively criticize it. But if you think everything you do is perfect, then yeah, you would probably think, oh, I just need to do the right thing to win. I just need to do the right thing to win. But it's a losing mentality. Now, super specialized builds, sometimes. Like, in certain matchups, yeah. Like, if you were to say, Nathan, what about, like, a double battlecruiser rush versus Zerg? Yeah, then it's a little easier to see because it's such a specialized build for the Terran. It's such a specialized Terran build that you can kind of point to a specialized Zerg build that deals with it. But I would also say, for Terran versus Protoss anyway, Stalkers counter everything. Stalkers counter everything in TVP. So you don't really have to worry about like what you're up against in that situation. You just expect it. If they do anything else, it's like a free win. So
Let's go. Life flight's here.
Research complete.
oh damn, there you go. GG. Let's go next. I don't fear the man who practices 1,000 cheese builds, but the man who practices one cheese build 1,000 times. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You can have all the paperwork filed, you can have everything ready to go, and then because some people hate each other for no reason, the place you're trying to go submit your stuff to is closed because the government shut down. Does that mean you made a mistake? No. No. Sometimes shit just happens. Like in life, you gotta just be ready for anything, man. You gotta just be ready for anything. Yeah, you see how wound up and crazy of a person Nathan is? That's the kind of mentality you have to succeed in strategy games. Wheels are always turning. I'm always thinking about little adjustments I can make. Those little things I see from others. Always. Always.
It's time to kick things off.
Only a fool thinks he has complete control over everything in his life. That's also a great way to become an anxious wreck.
I'm going. SCV ready.
It's another TVT.
Bad news. SCV ready. Bad news. SCV ready.
6:30 here and you're starving thinking about Thanksgiving dinner, you got a favorite pie? No. No, I really like that old Reese's peanut butter cup pie that they used to sell in the grocery stores. Some good stuff. I never had anybody in my life who cooked pie, so I've never really had a good homemade pie before. Have I ever played co-op for SC2, or are you exclusive to 1? I have played so much SC2 co-op. I have like a whole video series for every commander in the game on my YouTube from like way back when I played. I've got them all completely maxed out. I don't like all the prestiges though. I think some of them are kind of filler, so I didn't do every single one, but I did a bunch of the prestige as well. Yeah, SC2 co-op is great. My favorite commanders are Dahaka, Stukov, and probably Mengsk. Yeah, Dahaka, Stukov, and Mengsk are the best. Alright, that's GG. Did he proxy me? No, okay. Let's go next. Reese's Cup Pie was awesome. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, hell yeah. That single dad life. Most of my birthdays were, most of my birthday ice cream or cake was at Friendly's. Had a lot of Friendly's birthday cakes. Had a lot of Friendly's birthday cakes in my childhood. You know what I'm saying? Getting that monster mash Sunday. Getting that monster mash Sunday, baby. That's what it's all about. Some of the mods for co-op are amazing. So many commanders they came up with. Yeah. I actually, if you look at it, it's a really old video on my channel now, but I actually announced, I did the first ever gameplay footage release of Nova. We announced the Nova co-op commander on my YouTube channel. It's pretty sick. When she was first revealed, I went over to Blizzard HQ because I was there a bunch. I was there a bunch for all the esports and multiplayer balance meetings and stuff. So I ended up doing a. We weren't allowed to stream it. I played on a debug build of StarCraft. There was nobody on except me, and one of the community managers got on to be my co-op partner. But they were like, "All right, we're gonna let you." I got to record myself playing in their studio, playing it, and I had to cut a few things out and do some editing. I was really bad at video editing. I had not really done much actual edited YouTube content before when I made that video, so that's probably the downside. They wanted me to be able to stream it, and then they're like, wait, we can't do a live stream with all this debug info. They're like, no, this is actually some pretty secret stuff, so yeah. But it was fun. It was fun. There's a match of me playing Nova. There's some very hard cuts in that video because that was Babby's first one. The plan was to do a live stream, and then at the last second, they're like, no, we can't. Could you just record yourself playing it like you're streaming? And I'm like, yeah, I can do that. Just, you know, my editing skills are limited. I'm just warning. It was a good time, though. It was a good time. That's one of my favorite StarCraft co-op memories. Because I was, like, basically the only StarCraft personality who cared about co-op. So it was me. It was, like, me and Total Biscuit. I think I cast with Total Biscuit at BlizzCon one year when we did a co-op. They did like a co-op competition. I did it with like him or Maynard, but there weren't really many StarCraft personalities that had anything, you know, any experience or with the campaign or co-op. So I like to think of myself as the most well-rounded StarCraft caster in the history of the game. I don't really think anybody put in the same level of effort as I did to be as complete of a StarCraft player as possible, and it's something I take a lot of pride in. I think often of the moments where those guys would shit talk casual StarCraft fans during tournaments, and you know, I may have made some mistakes in my life. I may have shit talked some pro players, but you know, I would never shit talk the fans like that on a tournament show. I'm very happy I never contributed to the anti-casual culture in StarCraft, because it's one of the things I hate the most about this game.
Let's go kill something. SCV ready. This ought to be good. SCV ready.
Zombie Grub played a good bit of co-op though. I did some co-op stuff with her over the years.
You didn't build the base just for it to get blown up, did you?
Nobody else, though. I don't think I've ever played a co-op match with anybody, any of the other casters except ZG.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
SCV ready. Where's the emergency? On my way.
Boom. Ba-dum-dum-dum.
Now what?
Research has concluded.
In the rear with the gear.
Winter, Loco. I've never cast an event with them. Those guys were not WCS casters. I think they do some stuff nowadays, but I'm talking about like back in the day, you know, StarCraft's prime. I know there's a lot of smaller events these days these guys get picked up for, but when I say casters, I'm referring to the other people that I cast with. That's all. I'm talking about like the big StarCraft tournaments we used to do back in the day, not like YouTubers or anything like that.
Where's the emergency?
I know of Winter and Loco though; they're pretty cool. I haven't really interacted with them that much.
Picking up.
They're the kinds of guys I'd like see at events and whatnot, but it was like, you know, it's like we are aware of each other. We have a respect, working in the same space, being part of loving the same game and all that. But I can't say that I was particularly close with either of them. I spent a lot of time with the other casters though. That was primarily where we doing stuffs with. Yeah, there was certainly no more StarCraft caster that was more casual friendly. As far as WCS stuff went, anyway, I was a pretty wannabe competitive player for a long time, but I still put in a lot of time on the side to make sure that there was never anything that was released for the game that I didn't, you know, try to give a little bit of love to. That's why for like a bunch of those events, I ended up being the guy who did all the ad reads for co-op stuff when they announced it. I loved that. It's good times. Did I ever compete in tournaments? Yeah, I did. I played in a bunch of MLGs before I ever had an opportunity to like cast stuff for real.
Command Center 2.0.
I played in most of the MLG circuit in 2013, I think it was, or 2012-ish, towards the end. Yeah, I did MLG Columbus. Yeah, that would have been 2013. I did MLG Columbus 2013. I did Anaheim. That was actually the first time I ever went on a plane. I got to fly out to Anaheim and play an MLG there. That was my first time on a plane. That was my first time in California. It's wild. This is Terran versus Terran, so like nothing ever really happens. You just kind of sit and do nothing until 200 supply. That's about it. Beautiful. Well, I guess he does stuff. He'll walk into the meat grinder. No Rush 20. Here we go, boys. That's TVT. Either you get Reaper rushed or you play a 50-minute game. There's no in between. There's no in between.
You've depleted that mineral field.
This is TVT, TVT, TVT. No, those guys would always look at me like I was a nerd because we'd be in the green room and I'd be like, yo, man, I've been playing this Persona game. It's fucking sick. And they're like, Roddy's like, mate, I've never played a game other than Warcraft and StarCraft. And I'm like, shit. Yeah, we just gotta keep building our stuff up, really. That's it. That's how it goes. He throws these punches at us, we build up our army, we defend, we get like 5 base economy, then we transition into battle cruisers, and we pray that he doesn't have enough money to make Vikings. Persona is just a second part-time job you don't get paid for. Yeah, but the difference, the difference is the second part-time job kills your soul, and Persona, it's not quite. You might get a good, healthy cry out of it. I'll give you that. Certainly a good game to let some emotions out.
Research is ready. Upgrade ready. Noise.
See, look, he's getting with the program. He's getting with the program now. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. You see how he's got all those sensor towers too now? We're good. Yeah, I've got 2 SCVs in prison. They they got one of those emails that said to like forward it, otherwise you go to jail. And they were like, wow, that's dumb. So they obviously didn't do that, and now they're in prison. That's it. That's what happens. I'll actually tell you a cute story. They're actually in a saw trap, but they have to kill each other to get out, and they kind of just refused. So now they're just stuck there forever. So it's like, in one hand, romantic. On the other hand, very tragic, very sad. Yeah. No, they refused to fight. They refused. They didn't want to be as bad as the people who put them in that situation. So, yeah, I think they claim some sort of moral victory, and neither of them get what they want. That's about it. Well, guys, I think we can GG now. This guy seems like he's on it. Let's go next. 4 Zimbabwe's left for the rest of the night. Do you run to the corner store? I don't even know what that is. This guy's like he's chain blazing it. What's going on? Is that the new buzzball? Nate, what's your favorite bad movie? Like, favorite bad movie as in bad movie that I really like? Or Zin? I don't know what that is. Or like, favorite as in like bad movie that I go out of my way to watch more than once. Cult classic or so bad it's good. I mean, there's a lot of movies like that, so that's where I need a little... It doesn't help me narrow it down. I like watching shitty movies as a hobby. My favorite bad movie? There's just a lot. There's a lot. Mega Shark versus Giant Octopus. I just take the free space. It's a great one. It's a great one.
What's going on? SCV ready.
If you haven't seen Mega Shark versus Giant Octopus, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, yeah, I really didn't know. I really don't know. Army of Darkness. I mean, it's, yeah, I don't know if I could put that as my favorite. Do I like Ash Williams? Like, I don't really like anything about that movie other than Ash Williams' vocal stems and, like, the highlights. Does that make sense? But, like, I really couldn't just sit down and watch that, like, the whole thing over and over. I've seen some great TikTok edits from it, though. But like a shitty movie that I would just watch for the lulz to brighten my day up, huh? What would that be? You know? Man. Resident Evil Apocalypse. It's a pretty good shitty movie. I don't really think any of the Resident Evil movies are good, but sometimes I just like to watch that one, to watch Raccoon City get destroyed.
What's going on? Command center upgrade?
The Necronomicon, yeah. Clip 2, Verada! I said the words. Oh, he's just cheesing us. Let's go next. I'm not gonna... I could spend another minute or so fighting him there, but I'm not really... We got a couple guys that don't want to play. That's okay. I'm getting a lot of TVTs, so... Hyperflight? I don't know if I've... I don't think I've seen the Hyperflight movie. Where do we stand on Blade films? I actually don't think I've seen any of the Blade movies. It's just like a vampire dude just kills people, right? I didn't really, might be a little bit before my time. I might be just barely, I might just be barely outside the birth year range for being a Blade fan. Oh, it's a Zerg. Oh, nice. We can play a regular game. The Dream. Trying to hide you love Twilight. I mean, those movies are fantastic. I can just laugh the whole way through it, really. Those are great. Yeah, Twilight's pretty bad, huh? Yeah, Breaking Dawn Part 2 is pretty solid. If you want to get baked and just watch something, that's not bad. Alice is the best character in those movies. We stand Alice.
What's going on? Sure thing.
Hackers pretty bad and good. Is that the... you know, I don't know who's in Hackers, but every time someone mentions that movie, I think about Swordfish, and I'm like, oh, that's a really shitty movie. You guys want some pat? You want to watch a bad movie about computer hackers? We got John Travolta, Halle Berry. I'm pretty sure it is an R-rated movie. Don't watch it with the kids, but that's a good shitty movie for computer nerd anyway. I don't think I've seen that since I was like 14. I've never watched it since, but it's burned in there. It's burned in there. I don't think I've ever seen Hacker. If you want to just talk about good movies in general, then it gets a lot easier. There's a lot of bangers out there. But there are movies bad enough that I won't watch them. Like when a movie is bad because the people because they have like a low budget and they still try to do something with it, I love those films. But like when it's like a Morbius and they're like, we just know that you're gonna watch this because of the hype around how bad it is. I'm like, see, now you're like, you're not like there's not enough creative genuineness for me to even want to consume this slop because I know that like nothing in the whole movie is actually anybody's vision, right? It's like. It's just a bunch of stuff that people got told they had to do in order to be able to be allowed to work on it. So, I'm not gonna watch Morbius or Madam Web, mostly because I find their existence an insult to the intelligence of everybody who supports those franchises. But yeah, so I wouldn't quite categorize those in there. You're free to disagree with me on that or judge me for being a fan of bad movies and not watching those, but I have my own personal limits, particularly shitty Jared Leto movies. I mean, if I just want to talk about generally bad movies that don't have anything interesting at all, then you got a lot of vanilla wafer movies that have come out. You could just look at most of this stuff. Do I insult the Jumanji movies here in front of everybody? I watched them. I even watched the second one. Again, it's really just a question of whether or not whether or not you've got something to imbibe on when you're there. Not something I go to the movies for. I'm excited to go to the movies next week, though. I'm gonna go to the movies for like the first time in a long time. I've got pretty pumped to go see Running Man next week. That one's directed by Edgar Wright. That's I haven't really seen anything that's super inspiring about it for me personally, but I just kind of like the director, so I'm just hoping it's good. I'm hoping it's better than it looks. Did I face a 2-stalker Protoss earlier? Most Protoss go 2-stalkers against me, so yes, for sure. How many of them have I run into? I really don't know. Most Protoss players just stalker rush me. Somewhere out there are people who exist who watch Captain Marvel 40 times straight. Captain Marvel wasn't that bad. I like Brie Larson because I watched Scott Pilgrim vs. the World 500 times before Captain Marvel came out. So I wasn't one of those people who just like didn't like her for whatever reason. You know, I guess she's like a progressive politically person, but I also am, so that's not really a problem for me. So I was like, meh. It's like pretty much impossible for women to get respect doing anything. So people hating on her didn't really surprise me. I thought it was okay. The Transformer people, the Krill or whatever, not crazy about that. Definitely got to some CGI slop with the Krill, but like some of the nostalgic elements of it were cool. And I honestly thought that the whole power thing was kind of cool. The hive mind thing was like maybe they could have tried to do more with it. I didn't really know anything about like what the scale of power was supposed to be. They made it seem like this world that she was basically like forcibly adopted by was like, they made it seem like it was some sort of crazy ass Protoss level technology compared to humans, but at the same time I was like, yeah, I mean, introducing stuff like this, it's like all you do now is you just make me wonder like how this just never ends up being a thing at any point, you know. They did create a little bit of story debt, I'll say. Yeah, Skrull. Yeah, and then the Skrulls they got absolutely wasted on what has to be, and I didn't even watch it because I saw some of the highlights. I just saw that video of Daenerys Targaryen just like using every single Avenger power in one clip, and I'm like, this is how you make people hate. This is how you make people hate stuff, you know. Some guy was like, what if we just gave somebody every power and then there was nothing anybody could say to complain about it? Like, that's incredibly awful. But like I don't really know what necessarily was like super terrible about it. I think that I do have some reservations about the whole like, oh yeah, we just go into low orbit to like this thing that's just been out here the whole time. The end with like the cat and everything, where they're like, oh, we need to tie up a bunch of story stuff about how this relates to everything else really quickly. Yeah, I can see that. I kind of liked a little bit of the twist though, because at least for me as someone who didn't know the character, I didn't really have that awareness about like what the actual backstory was or was supposed to be. I just thought it was cool. I saw a bunch of people hating on Brie Larson, and I'm like, has nobody here watched Scott Pilgrim? I was just like, I don't know why people hate this person, but meh. And then I go watch the Black Sheep video that they have. They have the music video on YouTube. You can just watch it whenever you want. It's incredible.
And I'm done. Swap away.
Ready to plunder.
Look at that. He put me in my place. Nate, is 4,400 MMR worth more in 2016 or worth less than today? Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. All right? When there's more money in the system, right? When there's more money, money is worth less, right? Are you aware of this concept known as inflation? So, when money leaves the system, when there's like less money, the value of everybody else's existing money goes up. So, if you can understand that, I'm not trying to question your intelligence, I'm just setting the stage, but if you can understand that concept, then it's the same principle with MMR. If there are less people playing the game, then MMR inherently has less value because there are less players to differentiate yourself from. But in some ways MMR has more value because your MMR is only really a measurement of the distance between you and everybody else who's in the system with you. Like, you can't have more MMR than somebody who's not in the system because there's no measurement of their skill, right? There's no basis of comparison for any kind of stat to be set up. There's no possible way, right? So if enough people uninstall and stop playing the game and there's less MMR being distributed or flowing through the system, say the volume of MMR goes down, well, low volume doesn't necessarily affect the price of the underlying, but it certainly can have like interpretable data. Like it could be possible to interpret some type of meaning from that. But I would just say that MMR ranges have gone down. Like the spread between people's MMR still can be pretty high. Like again, sometimes volume can actually like low volume can lead to bigger spreads. So that can certainly be some component of it. But I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like you kind of just have to take it all. You have to take it all at once in some ways. There's less people playing the game, which means there's less people to differentiate yourself from, which means the maximum possible MMR and the lowest possible MMR both get constricted, right? There's simply less data points to use to say like, I'm better than 100,000 people. Well, 50,000 people quit. Now you're only better than 50,000 people. Did you get worse? Or, so I think people's MMR would naturally go down, if you ask me. And I think that would be because the value of MMR goes up because there's less people in the system. So in order to maintain the same MMR that you had when there were 1 million people playing a month compared to, let's say 50,000 people playing a month, like your MMR would hypothetically could almost fall in half. And, but that's obviously, that's going from like 2 million to 10,000. So it's probably not that bleak. So what I would say is that it's highly likely that your MMR would be worth significantly more once people quit the game, because there's less ways to differentiate yourself, which means unless you really stand out, your MMR should go down. So to still have a really high MMR in a post-StarCraft, like in a post-competitive scene world, like where there's, where the game has kind of fallen off in that player count-wise, then yeah. But conversely speaking, if a bunch of people started playing StarCraft, then you would have all those accounts that have, right, all that starting MMR and all of that. So basically what ends up happening in that situation is that you would have then you'd have MMR inflation, right? There'd just be more MMR in the system. The whole point here is just micro the Hellions away from the Banes. Let the Thors do all the work. Now if he tries to flood Lings out as his follow-up, it won't do anything, because I still have most of my Hellions alive. And that's it. That's actually it. That's actually all you need. Thanks, Bob. GG. But yeah. You see it in, like, especially a great example is the NA server. A lot of people like to clown on the NA server, but it's a really good example of what we're talking about, because there have been less high, like, top level players on NA. There have been less, like, top level players on NA than the other servers for many years. And you can see that the MMR range for Grandmaster is much, much lower than on the other servers. So does that mean that MMR is worth the same across those two servers? Well, not necessarily, because they don't have any of those data points, right? It's completely separate data sets. But the MMR range for NA, like the fact that number 1 is 6.1K, I think on Europe it's a lot higher. It just has to do with how many players are there. Like, you could try to separate yourself from all of these players, but the problem is none of them are good enough to be worth enough MMR to give you enough MMR when you beat them. Does that make sense? If you were number 1 and there weren't a bunch of other people that were pushing MMR up, then, like, you know, the only way that you would be able to get your MMR above 6,200 for Epic here, like, you would just be grinding games for like 1 point each, unless you were playing against one of these like 3 or 4 people, you know? So that's just yeah, that's just like one of those things, man. That's just one of those things. So there's less MMR in the system because there are less people playing. So if you ask me, yeah, MMR is definitely worth more than it used to be. But you have to keep in mind that while that is the case, the MMR ranges have also shrunk because there are less players. There's less, and a lot of the pros also stop, right? Like, if you had Idra or Scarlet on here, if you had any, like, tippity-tip-top player, they would be some standard of deviation above this, right? And the top player would have less because he would have someone he loses to consistently, etc., etc. So, but, like, hypothetically speaking, if everybody above 5K quit playing the game, then 5K becomes number 1 Grandmaster spot. Does that make it more clear? I feel like that actually probably says it better. If everybody above 5,000 MMR quit the game and never played again, then the guy at 49999 would be number 1 GM. Like, that is how it works. That is how it works. So the only reason why Europe has a higher MMR range for Grandmaster, it's simply because they have more players that compete and push at that level. There are much more professional StarCraft players in Europe than in America. I mean, are there even any full-time US-based pros anymore? Like, who in America has made 50 grand playing StarCraft competing in the last 2 or 3 years other than Neeb? Like, yeah, Estrella, but, like, do you think Estrella's made 50K in prize winning, like, in a year? You know, like, I'd be shocked. I'd personally, in Europe, you know, they have like actual systems to support people, and things aren't necessarily crazy priced. People live together a little bit more, you know, they look after each other over there. So yeah, but over here it's ruthless. You know, America is just a giant battle royale, every man out for himself. How's the games going tonight? Very well. Been having some fun. I got to battle cruise a Protoss. That was nice. That was nice. This guy changed his name to Elon Musk after he waited 8 years for his Tesla SUV pre-order. Still, just next quarter, guys. Next quarter with the full self-driving. Kappa Kipo, Kapu Kapow. Did I say GLGL? Don't be rude. Love the Battle Royale mindset. Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's great if you spawn in with legendary weapons. I'll say that. That's nice. But yeah, there's no ecosystem or infrastructure to support any North American-based pro players. So why would there be any?
job, huh?
I had to restart my game for my little cursor. When I hold middle mouse, sometimes... This is the only bug I get still on Linux sometimes, is this one. You can just see it in the middle, but it's not. Doesn't really affect the gameplay, thankfully.
The Grand Reaper has arrived. I'm going. Yes,
Bow,
indeed.
bow.
SCV ready.
Your add-on is complete.
SCV ready. Yo. Bad news. I'm going.
Zealous to soup. Oh, you can see it on the stream. There you go. He wants to trade Neeb for a 12th aircraft carrier. As long as it's not taking care of people who need it, right? Keep flush those billions. Flush them.
Go ahead. SCV ready. What's it? God.
Does Neeb still play? I don't really know. There's only like one real big StarCraft event every year now, so I just don't really follow the pro scene anymore until EWC, because no one really takes the game seriously until then. So most people don't play in all the little $100 online cups and stuff. So if you want to watch all the best players actually give it their all and go against each other in a serious way, you just have to wait for EWC. So I don't think there's gonna be a big premier StarCraft event until next summer at best. But those guys know StarCraft fans are really easy to rage bait too, so they don't announce it until the last second, because everybody gets antsy, and then they reply to all their social media, so they get to farm engagement off StarCraft fans. So we won't know if they're doing StarCraft at EWC for a few more months. Oh, look at that. Look at that little Cyclone Banshee. GG. Let's go next. You were always one of the absolute best casters. Thank you. Thank you. It was an honor of my life to be a part of the history of competitive StarCraft 2, especially at its peak. It's good times. No, Katie sent me a sweet message. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, being a part of this game's history is absolutely one of the highest honors of my life. I'm literally like in my favorite game that made my career, and like crazy to think about. It's crazy to think about how far we come. I ended up getting everything I ever wanted. It's nice. It's nice. Got a family that loves me. Got healthy pets. Got a nice home. I get to go outside and breathe clean air and just... Oh, it's the dream. It's the dream. And I live in one of the few places in this country where there's a much lower saturation of the insane people, which is nice. It's nice. You're part of the peak with In Control? Dude, working with Jeff was like so good, man. Like you got to keep in mind, we got very little direction on any of those shows. Like they basically never gave us direction on, like, ever. We did not have directors. We had producers, we had like technical directors, but nobody was really like guiding us in terms of our messaging or what we should say. And obviously Jeff and I took advantage of that pretty heavily. But man, when we were doing those last years of WCS and it was just me, Fear Dragon and Jeff just showing up at the butt-ass crack of dawn because we had to cast WCS Europe matches first at like 6 a.m. Bruh. And we didn't even have a coffee machine because they couldn't afford it for the StarCraft people because they had to rent all the equipment in the studio. Oh, man. That was some crazy shit. That was really, you know... That was a tough time. That was a tough time in my life too. It was a very tough time in my life, but just going through all of that together with those guys, and Zombie Grub was out there for quite a few as well, and just being able to have that camaraderie, and sit down and be like, what are we going to talk about today? You know, what are we going to do? What are we going to do so that the people who are tuning in and actually trying to enjoy themselves laugh? How do we get a giggle out of them? You know, those are the conversations that we would have while we were getting our makeup put on backstage and just shooting the shit, talking about which matches we're going to be on. Be like, all right, Fear Dragon, will you please cast the ZVZ? And Fear Dragon's like, I don't want to cast the ZVZ. And we're like, yeah, but Nathan and Jeff really don't want to cast the ZVZ, but one of us have to, so can you please not make it be both of us? And then Ruvy's like, well, I guess one of you does have to do it with me, so yeah, I'll do it. Like, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. But those are, you know, that's like, I just got a lot of really, really good memories, even just in that little space. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that, like, a week or two after we finished that last season of WCS, you know, I was getting dinner with Jeff, and we were talking about our lives and all the crazy shit going on, the things we wanted to do, and he was one of the few people that could kind of see through my walls a little bit, you know. He was someone I could open up to, and we talked about all sorts of stuff, and his stuff too. He had a lot going on that people never knew about, and yeah, just love that guy. Miss him. We played Apex Legends like 3 days after that, and yeah, crazy. I think about him all the time. Man, 2019, I met my wife, but that was ended up being a really tough year.
Optics online. Let's
Ready for dust off.
What? You want something? I'm going.
Where's the emergency? Talk to me.
Your research is ready. And I'm done. Swap away.
Light flight's here. On my way.
Yeah, no, Jeff was one of the best. He was the real one.
Make an effort. Drop it off. Ready for pickup? Make an effort. Drop it off. I heard that.
in the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Your base is getting blasted.
Oh, damn. Templars of Darkness.
Command Center 3.0 ready to go.
Talk to me.
Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Thank you.
Comms open. SCV ready. Big job, huh? What's going on? Excuse me. SCV ready.
Research has concluded.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Talk.
You got coordinates?
I got engine screaming.
SCV ready.
No problem.
What the hell? He's got a proxy pylon outside my base, too. My man's be crazy. Crazy. Crazy, crazy.
SCV ready. Got a target in mind. Moving SCV ready. Coordinates or what? SCV ready. SCV ready. Move it. Huh? SCV ready.
Research complete.
SCV ready.
Look at that. Yeah, see, he's all turtled up too. He's all turtled up.
SCV ready.
You lined out a mineral field. Good thing you
He built
got
that
more
dark
of those,
shrine right in his
right?
mineral line. He crazy. He crazy.
Holla back.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Bandit
Yeah?
Somehow my third base gets saturated before my other one.
in the rear with the gear. SCV ready. You.
No, and I like fucking live in Washington now, man. Could have gone go watch Seahawks games with all that shit. Could have been so lit.
SCV ready.
Think about that way too much.
I got my ears on.
Huh?
Yeah? Roger that. Inbound. I got my ears on.
Add-on's finished.
Damn, that cannon range though, dog. That cannon range.
Yeah? Fine.
What do you even do?
Can
What do you even do? He's this turtled and clenched up.
That's fine.
Add-on is complete.
Call the ball. Nope.
You didn't build the base pistol to get blown up, did you?
Yeah, wish. Imagine if it was that easy.
Go ahead. What's going on?
Could you imagine if it was that easy though?
Bad news.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready.
You've depleted that mineral field.
I guess if he's gonna do that.
Engines reporting for
It's
action.
nice. It's good resource-wise for us anyway.
SCV ready.
I got this.
Oh, you wanna know what makes you into an angry person, man? It's dealing with shit like that. That's hard. That is hard.
I got my
There is injustice. It really is.
SCV ready.
engine screaming. Yeah. Loud and clear.
In the rear with the gear.
Receiving.
Swap away.
What's going on?
Research is ready. Base
Look at that.
Liberation is at hand. Call the ball. Got freedom? We read you. Of course.
Your research has concluded.
Holla back.
Thanks for the follow.
Can do. Inbound.
There it is.
I got it. Receiving. Reporting for action. Yeah? Loud and clear.
You got any more probes for me?
Call the ball. Weapons hot. Engaging.
Get that +2. It's important.
How can we help? Perfect. Mayday! Mayday! Standing by. Incoming orders. Yes, sir.
Command Center 2.0. You've mined out some of your minerals. Your base is getting blasted.
StarCraft is such a funny game. I love it.
Call the ball.
What's going on? Go ahead.
Loud and clear.
Spoke about Nova earlier. You have 10 early bird keys. Ooh, nice. I accidentally bought them and could never get rid of them. Feel ya. I have a bunch of old war chest skin keys I got from when we were doing the promotional event for it. I have a bunch I never ended up giving out because they gave us like individual unit codes, not the actual full war chest. So I don't know if any of those would redeem. I don't think any of those would redeem, but I got a spreadsheet. I got a spreadsheet with like 5,000 keys for different war chest skins. Gonna assume they're all expired.
Big job, huh?
Yeah? Inbound.
I wonder how many kills the Banshee has? I feel like we did pretty well. I'll check after the game. You guys want to see the workers killed after this match, right? That's what you're talking about? I feel like this will be a good one.
You've mined out some of your minerals. You mined out a mineral field. Good thing you got more of those, right?
No problem. Loud and clear.
What do I need more of? Just like Vikings, basically, I think. Could mix a few Banshees back in. We just gotta max out and we can go kill them. I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain we'll be fine. Him making Void Rays is good for us. They're not gonna move the needle for him anyway.
You've mined out some of your minerals. Upgrade ready. Moist.
What are you making out of there, big boy? Tempest! See?
You mined out a mineral field.
I'd love to go battle cruisers, but they're just not very good against Tempest, you know? And they're probably never going to be. Probably never going to be.
Initiating. We have
Nice.
Upgrade complete.
engine screaming.
Well, there you go. He threw away a mothership and a bunch of Tempests. That's nice for us. I guess I technically didn't use everything I had either.
Command center upgrade complete. Your command center's got some new tools.
Mostly just gas limited at this point, which is a very easy way to lose in this situation. He might be willing to trade with my army just because, you know, Protoss does have that economic advantage from all the early bases, but I do think with the Banshee harass, it's just going to boil down to getting our fully repaired army together. And there were a bunch of these Liberators that never ended up showing, so... Yeah, what are you gonna do? Nothing. Yeah, there's no reason for me to fight him here. His army is so small, though. We probably can just go kill him. This guy just like has no idea how many bases I have, huh? Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, he didn't even rebuild any of his stuff. He had 3,000 minerals, tried to base trade me. He had 3,000 minerals, tried to base trade me, but he didn't actually build any production anywhere else. If he was serious, if he was taking this seriously, if he was really gonna drag it out this long, I just would have thought he would build some gateways anywhere. But he did not have anything at all. Did he really think like 10 zealots were just going to kill my whole entire base, like while he had nothing? Okay. Zealots seem bad against your army. Yeah, they're not particularly strong. They're not particularly strong. I think that mothership time warp, like from earlier today, that kind of got me in that one game. That seems pretty strong. That seems like a pretty strong move. If he gets a big time warp on my stacked air units, that might be like 1,000,000 times better than Storm. Or you combine that with Storm. I could see that. I could see that too. Look at that graph, though. Very powerful army. Oh, I didn't even show you guys how many workers we killed. I'm sorry. We'll speed through it here. I'm going to speed through this replay with the workers killed tab on. I'm just going to put the camera over his base so you can watch them all get destroyed. And I'm going to use this as an opportunity to use the restroom and grab myself a snack since we've been laddering for 3 hours. Got to stretch the old legs. Un momento, por favor. Oh my god, I didn't speed up the game? What kind of streamer am I? I wasn't gonna leave you guys here for 20 minutes. That's crazy. I hope you're all having a great Monday, by the way. I hope you're all doing very well. Let's see how many workers we killed. I think that was just off the initial cyclone. He got pretty aggressive with those DTs earlier, but I kind of had to work him down, you know? Like, this isn't really as many worker kills as I thought I was going to get. Okay, now we're up there. But again, you have to work him down. He had all those cannons, he had all the batteries, but sometimes they try to get greedy once you stop and they think they don't need it on their expansions. But like, just look how much money he has to spend on static defense for every base. he doesn't have a bank. He doesn't have any resource bank at all. He's spending every mineral and gas he gets as it comes in. So he comes over here. He's got his mothership just kind of like in my face. Misses the time warp. I think going in there is maybe the only way to lose. And the army's pretty stacked. I think his Psy Storm ends up getting pretty good value. Like, this is a good usage of Storm. But still enough of my units get through that it doesn't end up mattering, right? Even if all of these Vikings die. I killed his mothership, I killed all of his Tempests, I got his Observer, I got all of his High Templar, and I end up getting the reinforcement Tempest as well. So by the time he's made it through the Vikings that he stormed, I've already destroyed his whole army. Look at that supply gap. 150 to 90. So he's just in a really tough spot because of that. Our army supply is still pretty similar. Actually, sorry, the worker supply was still pretty similar. But, you know, when you're long distance mining, that's never a fun spot to be in. So, 59 kills was it before we got out of the Banshee phase anyway. Whew. Alright, somebody with a really long name on YouTube chat says, "Hello, sir. I have 2 questions. You play 2 good mech, but bio is better against Protoss ? And how to improve against Protoss? Greetings from Chile." Well, hello. Greetings from Bellingham. I would say that the best way to improve against Protoss is look at your replays, right? Try to see the timings of when the attacks that kill you. But also, don't take it too seriously either. I think Protoss cheese is like kind of imba versus Terran, and especially like lower level players. You really should have no expectation of being able to win against a lot of the types of strats that they'll do in terms of like one base all-ins. So find a style that you like, stick with it, and accept that sometimes you'll do everything right and still lose. And try to keep a good spirit about it so that you can persevere through those difficult times. The game is rigged for you to lose about half the games you play. So everything in StarCraft is about managing your emotions and expectations when you lose. If you can do that, then there's really no limit for how good you can get. Most people who play this game, myself included, are held back by like the negative side of it, right? It's like the strain of pressure games, of long games, you know. And obviously, I don't even get that way until I've played for like hours. So even for me on my stream, it takes a while for me to get worn down enough to the point where I'm like, bleh. But I think really the most important thing if you really want to get better is you have to have an improvement-focused mindset, which means that unless you're willing to look at the flaws in your game, you're never going to be able to see what they are and work on fixing them. So watch your own replays, look at those moments where you lose, ask yourself questions like, am I supply blocked when I lose my games? Did I lose this game because stalkers are overpowered, or was I supply blocked at 27 of 27 and my siege tank never built? You know? Stuff like that. You have to be open-minded. Exactly. Thanks, mister. I got you. And as far as like whether bio is better, I think it's subjective. Bio is designed for pro players. There's only like 3 or 4 pro Terrans really. So bio is really only designed for them to use. If you're not as good as them, then technically it's worse than playing mech. So really just depends on your tolerance for pain. If you want to play bio only, you'll be super miserable because it sucks unless your name is Beyond Clem or Who else plays at a high level anymore? Who's still a high level Terrans that still compete? Unless you're like Beyond Clem or maybe Cure or TY. I don't know if that list even gets over 10 players, but yeah. Good luck, Nate. Welcome back, man. GL, thanks. Gonna just assume this guy's gonna proxy hatch me. As soon as this guy, now that he's made it personal, as soon as he does something aggressive, I don't want to take it as like a personal aggression towards me. So I just want you guys to know, if he cheeses me after saying something nice, I always just leave as soon as I see it. So just prepping you. Do you think spending resources on upgrades is the lowest cost way to boost win rates, or are there other investments early on? Well, winning a game of StarCraft has nothing to do with your strategy or your decision making most of the time. You can do literally whatever you want as long as you spend your money as it comes in and you know, outplay your opponent in the micro battle. If you want to go mass ghosts every game and you can find a way to spend your money and rush ghosts and get them and upgrade them and just build nothing at all but ghosts, if you really wanted to do that, you could probably get to masters doing that. I have no doubt. I have no doubt in my mind if that's what you really wanted to do and you could do it well enough, better than anybody else, and you've got like ghost drops and nuke rushes and proxy ghosts, you could have like 4 or 5 different ghost-oriented strategies. You can maybe let yourself build a handful of Marines at the start to fend off a cheese or put into a bunker, but you don't really have to, you know.
Yeah, whatever.
Your command center's got some new toys.
This better be good.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference is that Protoss and Zerg actually have playstyles that are designed for non-pros, but Terran doesn't really, so that's why Terran players are so angry and miserable all the time. They never had any toys made for them, just pros. Just pros. There is no Roach Ravager for Terran. The closest you get is Mech. If it makes you feel any better, Mech is really, really good. So most people just hate it because it requires patience, and most people don't have any patience. We live in a culture of instant gratification. Everybody wants what they want the moment that they decide that they want it, and if they can't get it that fast, then it's somebody's problem, right? Am I right or am I right?
Command center upgrade complete.
Why should I try to do 700 APM of Marine splits only to die to an Ultralisk aim move follow-up when I can simply max out on Thors and Liberators every game? One is much more cinematic, has a much better win rate, and objectively no obvious counter as well, which is really nice. There are a lot of obvious counters to Marines and Marauders.
Add-on done. Swap away.
I'm playing a super greedy game here. I have not played any games versus Zerg today. I really don't feel like I have. I feel like I had one game against a dude who was like, kind of, he did like a... I played like one guy who basically just turtled, and I just went across the map and killed him like I usually do in that situation. But aside from that, that was really it. Not much. I miss the days when I would get matched up against Zerg players that would have like Lings active out on the map, and they would like hunt your Hellions down, and people felt confident in taking micro battles and stuff, but you don't really get games like that anymore. Maru, Beyond, Clan. Less than 10 people that Terran has ever been patched for. So you gotta be on their level if you want to do the things you see them do. Otherwise, play Mech. And if that sounds like bullshit, yeah, that's life, man. That's actually what people ask of you almost every day. It's just a matter of what your tolerance and your patience levels are.
In the rear with the gear.
Your add-on is
SCV ready. Sure thing. SCV ready. Bandit. Gangway. Coming through. SCV ready. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can play Bio for fun, sure, yeah, definitely. In that case, in that sense, I completely agree. And Bio can be really, really fun to play, don't get me wrong. I love playing Bio. I just hate that there are so many strategies that basically take away your ability to play the game if you do any standard Bio opener. That kind of ruined it for me, you know. Getting contained with like Stalkers into Tempest and all this other shit, and then you learn, you have like your eyes opened one day, and you discover that if you just build like a Banshee and some Hellions, you can defend like 90% of garbage at the beginning of the match, and it's so much easier.
Go ahead. Roger. Oh, this better be good.
But yeah, people just hate mech because they're impatient. They're impatient.
add-ons finished.
And it takes brain power to figure out how to break a defensive position as well. Those guys would rather focus on their anime girl soundtrack they have playing in the background during the game.
Bad news.
Add-on done. Swap away.
Liberation is at hand.
You gonna give me orders? We could use some help here.
Your base is getting blasted.
Been waiting on
Yeah, he's got Roach Ravager Bane already.
Your add-on is complete.
we could use some help here. Smoke it.
Attention. Course set. Easy.
Daylight's burning.
Oh my god, I did it. I did 4 armories. No. 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 Oh gosh darn it. Oh, I did a bamboozle on myself, except it was me. It was me, Dio, all along.
Upgrade complete.
He's going into El Swarm Histos.
Mind out of mineral field.
So what does that mean? What is that supposed to mean?
Research is ready.
I'm in a heap of trouble. Light it. Transformation systems. Are you ready for this? SCV ready.
Yeah, it looks like he just wants to go Swarm Host.
You mind out some of your minerals.
What's going on?
I'm over here like, did I not start my upgrades? Why are my armories doing nothing? And then I look over at my my main base, my natural, and I'm like, no, Rachel.
Yes, sir.
And then we just wait for the Swarm Host bust, right?
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Reporting for action.
Mind out of mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those.
Maybe they were accident Swarm Hosts. Do your Swarm Hosts ever walk up to Zerg players and ask if they were an accident? Do you guys think that happens? 4 armories is really just a flex? Yeah, exactly. Oh, all I have to do is just pretend that I intended it all along, right? And that anybody who noticed actually got owned, right? I got this.
Need something liberated?
Maybe we don't transform every command center into an orbital. I know, but I kind of want to just like push him when I hit 200 supply, and I'm like kind of almost there. So just putting it out there, no pressure, but also full pressure, maximum full court press, please. Gimme. I want. Did I do it well, guys? Am I selling it? Did I get cast as? Did I get the gig?
You didn't build your base.
Yeah, I mean, like, he basically killed a base worth of workers, right, with that? That's pretty sick.
We read you.
That's why God invented Nidus worms, bro. But I appreciate it. I appreciate the hustle. That was, as they say, legit. He thinks he can stop me from moving out on the map. You got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. Remember, we keep the Thors with the main army hotkey, but we put the Liberators and Hellions on hotkey 2 so that we can pull them back away from the army in the event of shenanigans. Low tech X. He gave me a full G. Now that was a gauntlet. Remember when oracles would show up at 4 minutes and kill like 14 SCVs? Dude, that was like the worst, man. That was the worst. There was like one of the most toxic Terran versus Protoss metagames we ever had was when they had the... You guys remember the photon overcharge on pylons? Does anybody remember that? Guys, it's like you need 3 Marines in order to fend off a mothership core. But then they build 4 pylons under your main ramp. And they kill your barracks and your depots. They overcharge like 3 pylons at once. And they do like 30 damage a hit. So they 2-shot all your Marines. Your wall is destroyed. And then they just run Adepts through. And this was back when Adepts 2-shot SCVs and Marines. Like, I'm still traumatized. Like, I don't even have to close my eyes. Like, I can see it. It's playing out in front of me like fucking Vietnam flashbacks. Just watching. It's Orbital. What was the name? What was the name of the map? It was like Orbital Station. It was one of the launch maps. I can picture it fucking perfectly. You had a backdoor base. You had a base right down the main ramp and then another ramp. But that spot right below Orbital Shipyard, man. Orbital Shipyard. Oh my God. Man, I got fucking traumatized on Orbital Shipyard. My therapist knows the name of that StarCraft map, okay? The number of times I was pylon rushed on Orbital Shipyard. It's like, I need a second right now just thinking about it. Oh my God. Those were some rough times. Getting pylon rushed? Ooh. You remember seeing pylons with like 20 kills? I don't like that. I don't like that. Mothership Core, Pylon Rush was like the nastiest build they ever put in the game. Because the Protoss didn't even need units to beat you. They didn't even need cannons. You just built a pylon, overcharged it, and it killed everything. I remember it was considered a bug for years because they didn't know if they were going to undo it when they removed it. So Pylon still had like a kill count. Pylon still had a kill counter for years because when they took it away, they were like, well, we don't know if we'll add this back at some point, so we don't need to go that far yet. So pylons, you would just be able to click on a pylon even years after. You could click on any random pylon on the map and it would just say kills 0, and you're like, why does a pylon have a kill counter? And that's when I push my glasses down, I furrow my brow, and I say, child, let me tell you a story about the old times in StarCraft 2. All right, back when swarm hosts ruled the land, we played 3-hour-long matches in weekend qualifiers. Most people probably don't realize this, but there is actually a cap to how long professional games could be at one point. And they didn't end up using it long term, but they added a feature to the game that would put a max timer on the game, that it would just be decided by which player had the highest score at the end of the timer. But they literally had to do that because of how many games went so long because of swarm hosts. It's incredible. Yeah, swarm hosts were like those games. It didn't feel as cheap because even though it was really hard, like the swarm hosts weren't really good at killing you either until you wasted all your resources and stuff. Like the reason why the swarm host build was so toxic was because it would cost you all the resources on the map just to get through the wave and fight once. And if you didn't punch straight through the swarm host, like at the perfect time, it was impossible to win. But like at the very least, you could go into the game knowing that that scenario wouldn't happen until like the 10 to 15 minute mark, especially back then when it was a 6-worker start. So like I think mentally it was easier. I would actually say it was even less stressful. Like sure, yeah, were the games really long? Sure, but like I just remember playing out like several hour-long games or even multi-hour games against Pig on like Habitation Station. And I don't even remember them. I don't even think poorly on them. I'm like, yeah, that's just how the game was. But I didn't like, it wasn't like the pylon rush was just so horrible because it was so early. You really didn't feel like you had any chance. But at the very least, if you thought you had a way to deal with swarm hosts, like you could try whatever you wanted. And a lot of people tried a lot of different stuff. But that was like, you know, it was the other side. You know, cheese stresses people out because the game is so short and you feel like you didn't get a chance to actually do anything. Like, that always sucks. Feeling like you lost without giving input is a horrible feeling, right? And it's one of the reasons why cheesers love cheesing, because they know how bad that feels for the other guy, and they want other people to feel that. So it's like, all right, he's a random player actually. He's random, so I'm just gonna play this out like he's Terran. But then the swarm host games kind of went the other way, and they really tested your patience. But as a streamer, that era was peak. That era was peak because most people stop watching a stream at the end of a game. But you would get into like crazy long games and people would get invested because it would be like, holy shit, Nathanias has like 10 bases. I've got like 10 bases and there's just like a giant swarm host line in the middle of the field, and it's like, I have no idea if I'm going to get through. It didn't matter to me if I played a 3-hour game of StarCraft because I was going to stream for 10 hours anyway. So like those kind of just became like epic moments for me and the audience. And like, I feel like I actually don't have a lot of memorable games from that time period that stand out as being like particularly bad. I just remembered having a lot of fun because Terran Mech was also super busted. That was back when Ravens were really good too. And I used Ravens a lot. So I had other ways of dealing with stuff, but yeah, because Ravens and Swarm Hosts both got the bat at the same time, so they both got the Nerf bat at the same time. But it was like kind of fun. As a caster, oh no, those were the worst. It was literally the worst thing to cast because you knew exactly what was going to happen. But I didn't have to cast too many of those games, thankfully. I did some, but I ended up back in those days. I was mostly casting those were like still early enough days in my career that I mostly got to cast with Roddy, and they would always just try to put us on the TVPs or the TVTs. So But that was back when people usually got matchups for the race that they played. So I don't really remember casting any. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head any Swarm host game I remember casting. Like, I could tell you all about Stardust wrapping his probes around Jaedong's extractor at the end of my first tournament I ever cast. I can tell you that was one of the most heart-stopping, crazy-ass best of 5s or 7s or whatever I've ever cast. And then it ended on Whirlwind. Do you guys remember Jaedong versus Stardust? What a sick, sick final. You know, I can remember Patience versus MMA from like DreamHack Winter or Summer years later during the Blink era. And I remember that being pretty epic. And people were like, oh my god, Patience beat MMA. He's on top of his game. How did he do it? And everyone's like, guys, everyone knows Blink Stalkers are OP. They're getting patched after this tournament. And that was it. And then backstage, we all just joked this is the one tournament that Patience might win. And he did do pretty well, but I don't think he actually, I'm not sure that he actually got all the way there. That was back when Mothership cores had 14 vision range. They could see twice as far as any unit in the game. So it made Blink Cheese really, really strong. Yeah, casting Swarm host games was like a death sentence. Absolutely. I may have blocked it out. I might have just like trauma blocked it. I can't remember. I literally cannot remember a single Swarm host game I've cast. They're all the same. They all completely blend together. There was nothing interesting or unique about them. I apologize if this is a bad answer to the question, but they were, yeah, it was just long games, so. Did I ever cast a Pylon Rush? Yeah, probably. We probably had a bunch of those in WCS America.
Your add-on is complete.
Ready for pickup?
Now, Pylon Rush was Legacy of the Void on launch, I think. Because they tried all sorts of stuff with the Mothership core. Basically, in Heart of the Swarm, the Mothership core would turn the Nexus into a, like, 10-range turret. So basically, you couldn't even be in the Protoss base at all. And it was, like, really, really dumb. And it lasted, like, 30 seconds. So the Protoss would have all the time in the world to adjust and shut you down. Like, it was really dumb. And a lot of people complained about it for a very long time because all the play styles people liked watching started to go away. People were like, well, why don't we have Pult do the Nexus snipe Doom drops anymore? And it's like, brother, it's because the fucking Nexus kills his medevac before he can even do anything. None of his units can leave his base because even if he snipes the base, he still loses half of them to the Nexus. Or the Protoss player targets down the medevac with the Nexus. Like, that kind of stuff was really common. So they were like, okay, well, we like the concept of Protoss having a spell for defense and not buffing cannons or whatever. So what did they decide to do? They go for the Pylon overcharge, and they're like, okay, well, now the Protoss player can overcharge a Pylon. And the Pylon is more vulnerable. It's easy to kill, right? The Pylon was easier to kill. So that was like the whole point. The Pylon was easier to kill, but it did more damage and it had like a faster attack rate. But like you couldn't really burst down the Nexus. You couldn't really wait it out because the cooldown wasn't very long. And the again, you know, Nexus overcharge lasted like 30 seconds. So if your opponent was not able to react to your pressure within 30-second time period, then you're probably playing somebody who shouldn't be getting matched against. So like it was just a mess. And then of course people were like, well, now I can just build pylons on the bottom of players' ramps. And then pylon rushes became a thing, and it was just awful. And that was the reason why Adepts ended up getting nerfed too, because those builds went hand in hand. People used the pylons to crack open the base. Even if you had bunkers and shit on the other side, it didn't matter. Adepts two-shot everything back then, so they would just shade past the wall and kill everything you had. But that was a dark time. That was a really dark time. I hated playing TVP back then, but at least it was still, at least Terran versus Protoss was still like in a better place at the high level. But as soon as they switched it from Terran expands first to Protoss expands first, I really feel like that was probably the single The single worst change they ever made to TVP. But Terran used to expand first in the matchup, and it was, in my opinion, those were much more interesting games. Because Terran was scrappier, you had slightly weaker units, but if you stimmed and microed well, you could do a lot. But then one day they were like, well, Protoss is just going to start with a much bigger economy than Terran now. And then we got to the kind of meta where you see nowadays where people either do 2-base all-ins or Terrans usually just die trying to get their third base in TVP, which is all too common. But back in the day, the Terran player would actually move out and delay the Protoss's third base as the Terran took their third. And that was how it used to be. That was how it used to be. But the current meta, the way that it's been for a few years now, is that Terran simply takes their third base like as Protoss already has their fourth. And that's that was like a big thing. Beautiful. Maybe. Lucky noob. There we go. There we go. I love that. I love that. Yeah, I miss when Terran took the third base first because it's harder for Terran to defend since they don't have anything like photon cannons, you know. If you build planetary fortresses at all of your bases, then you don't have any orbitals, right? So it's like you couldn't really do that. That's like always been the catch-22 with Terran, is that they justify the workers building so slowly because of mules. But like if you want to have static defense, you can't have mules. So the fact that they make Terran players choose in that way is like one of the hardest things about playing Terran. If they would delete the planetary fortress and give us anything else, unironically would be one of the biggest buffs to Terran. Simply because you wouldn't have to choose. You would just always have a shit ton of orbital commands. Like, for most players, it would be better not to do that. But the fact that, like, if you could imagine being able to build static defense that doesn't require supply. Like, that would be insane. If I could drop 5 spine crawlers around my base instead of a planetary, I would. I would take it every time. I would take that every day. You want to trade planetaries for spine crawlers or cannons? I'll do it in a heartbeat. Do it in a heartbeat. I'm sure Protoss players would love planetaries in PvC, so they might even take us up on it. It's a lot of turrets. I broke my turret addiction years ago. Do you think being able to make an orbital into a planetary would be broken? Still have to pay full cost? I mean, at that point, you've turned a 400 mineral command center into a 550 mineral orbital, and then to take it all the way up to 700 minerals and 150 gas for one building, like, do I think that that's representing enough risk in terms of investment? I don't know. The worst thing about planetaries is that you can't lift them off. Like, if you think about it, right? Let me present you with one scenario just to tickle. You guys will all love this one, okay? But just think about this. You have a planetary fortress. It's surrounded by siege tanks, Hellions, Liberators, you name it, right? The Zerg player knows that you don't have a fourth base, though, right? Because you planetary to your third and you're playing mech. We've all been there. Now, hypothetically speaking, the Zerg player runs a shit ton of banelings, suicides like crazy amount of money when you're at like 150 supply. You're just barely not really at that place. You need another couple minutes before you can max out. Now, the Zerg player decides to throw away 2,000 minerals and 2,000 gas to pop your planetary fortress. You pull your SCVs to repair, you target with your tanks, but just enough banelings get through. The command center is destroyed. You've only got like 1.5 base of economy. That 150 supply you were at is 130 because you lost some workers, maybe a tank. And even though you have that army, you know that you're not maxed out, so you can't really go across the map because the Zerg is going to make a bunch of lings and you don't really have that much supply anymore. So it's like, in that scenario, you're pretty much completely fucked because you had a planetary fortress, right? But in that same scenario, like the Zerg player can't kill your mech army with banelings, but they try to do that run by and you just have an orbital or even an unupgraded command center. You just lift it up. Lift it up. Let them blow up like 2 or 3 tanks, maybe kill a Thor with the banelings. But if your bases are orbitals, then you don't have to worry about that, you know? So that's kind of the trick. Like, planetary fortresses are good deterrents, but they're terrible bases. Like, everybody feels good when they kill a planetary expansion because they know how much it costs and also they destroyed a base. I prefer to use planetaries. As like the front of a wall in TVZ anyway. Like, planetary fortresses, the more that you can use that aren't a base, the better. Because then your opponent mentally will always be like, am I really going to sacrifice all of this to kill, like, a cannon that's in front of the base? And they could throw 30 banelings into a PF that's right outside your fourth, and then the base is still mining, like, and all of a sudden they're out a ton of gas. Like, you know, the philosophy and decision-making and thought processes behind that, that fascinates me. So I hope I'm not vamping too hard on that, but I really do think that when you consider the way that you try to like defend your bases or static defense decision making, oftentimes, even if you want to be a turtle, sometimes having that liftoff ability, that's like the turtle pulling his head back into the shell. But if you leave your planetary out there, you know, you're basically just saying, hit me as hard as you can, I hope my shell doesn't break. And that's a dangerous game to play. Let's go next. But don't forget that, guys. Even turtles have to pull their head in sometimes, all right?
Bad news? Go ahead.
Even sometimes turtles pull in their arms and legs on their head and then they lift off and fly to another base. It looked funny in my head. Oh, it's a TVZ. Oh, it's 8 o'clock. Nice. Have a nice show today. Hit the 4-hour mark. Thanks for hanging out with me today, everybody. I really appreciate it. We finally got over 10,000 subs on YouTube again. Make sure that you're subbed on YouTube, and as well as anybody watching or following on Twitch. Always appreciate that. I am trying to get to a place where I can make StarCraft content full time. So I've got my sub goal up. If we ever get back in the realm of 500 subs on Twitch, I want to run my own weekly StarCraft Cups so that people will talk about me, because online weekly cup balance numbers are the new StarCraft balance barometer. So I can literally influence balance now. So if you guys want to watch Nathanias put on another weekly cup so that everybody can post about how only Protoss signing up for it means that they're overpowered, press that subscribe button on Twitch. I'd love to be able to give a little bit back to StarCraft. Right now I'm kind of just, skating. So I appreciate everybody that tunes in either way. But if we ever get to the point where I can afford to pay players to play some matches on this channel again like we used to, I would absolutely love to do that. So just giving you guys a little bit of incentive to help me pay my rent. No cap. We would do it every week. I don't have anything else that I'm up to. My wife has a job, so I can just schedule it on our Friday night shifts. We have a little Friday night fight.
Your command center's got some new toys.
I haven't gone Reapers at all today versus any Zergs because I've played so few of them, so I figure we might as well. Might as well try. We might as well try to build Reapers in one game today. Sponsor, you know, gassed up. We'd probably have to hit me up on the Discord DMs for that. The idea is that if I can stream StarCraft and be able to take care of myself, then I would like to give a part of that back by making content for the community and also paying pros. That's where my head is at with it. So I'm not really looking for a one-off kind of thing here. I just want you guys to understand that I'm committed to the game. That's all. And yes, it is me. It is me trying to bribe you with more pro content. I've never really been one for lying. It's not my jam. Where's the other one? Huh? Where's the other queen? Is this walled? Are we safe yet? Okay. Whew. Yeah, Nate, you really love to play dangerously, don't you? Yeah, I do. Yeah, you know why? You want to know why? Because nobody cares. Nobody remembers any of the losses, Nate. The only person who remembers the losses are you and the people that snipe you, because they fantasize about that. But aside from that, all we got to do is make a couple of sick plays. They'll live forever. Always risk it, baby. You gotta do it for the fans. I'll play safe when somebody puts a mill on the line. No, I would just be doing like open bracket kind of, let people come on and that would just be our Friday nights. That's something I would really like to do. Thoughts on my comment? Sorry, I can only see so many comments at once. I'm sorry. I didn't see what your last message was. If you want to repost it. Chat is cruising. I read chat off a teleprompter. I can only see the most recent, like 7 or 8 messages. New units and stuff? Oh yeah, I mean that would be awesome for sure. Like a rotation with seasons, yeah. No, I've been pushing that kind of idea for a long time. I think if we had like mutations in 1v1 for like its own unranked ladder that was like limited time mode, you know? like League of Legends has like a limited time mode area, stuff like that. I think most games kind of do some kind of limited time modes. Any type of multiplayer limited time mode that wasn't just co-op, I would heavily endorse. I think that's one of the worst things about StarCraft. There's very little for the casual player. There's very little in this game for the person who just watches tournaments and doesn't actually play the game. You know, there's no ARAM equivalent that those people can go play and be like, haha, you know, I'm killing people with pike, but I don't have to farm or place wards. It's like, there's nothing like that in StarCraft. There is no StarCraft 2 Blitz mode. There's just like, there's custom games, but those aren't actually like StarCraft really. And then there's co-op, but that's not really, you know, that's not a competitive type of mode. You can't, it's not like joining a pub lobby pistols only in Counter-Strike and just having some shits and giggles, you know. So I think if StarCraft 2 had a mode like that, that would be one of my favorites. I might even play that more than I do regular 1v1s. Tier 3 weekend. All Tier 3, all massive units are double in size, damage, and cost. Like, just do it. Just put it out there. Put that out there for just a weekend, you know? That's our limited time mode. Big, massive units. I don't know. There's all sorts of different shit you could try. But I completely agree. Having fun modes like that, just to keep the game fresh, like, yeah, that would be awesome. It is the best thing about mutations in co-op. Or it could be big Zerglings. Yeah, exactly. It could be big anything. Big Ling mode. Exactly. Exactly.
You mined out some of your minerals. Your research has concluded.
Talk to me, boss.
I would love something like that, though. I would love that. You won't find me disagreeing there. That's exactly the kind of stuff that I have argued for internally for years. I hate to break it to you, but most of your heroes and the people who develop the game think that the casual's opinion is worthless, sadly. Most people I've spoken to and interacted with in my career in StarCraft absolutely do not think that prioritizing the noobs ever matters. And they do just call you guys noobs. They don't really say casuals either. They just assume that people who don't play 1v1 only don't play it because they're bad at it, which is like, you know, extremely fucked up if you ask me. But I've heard this so many times from so many different people over the years. There's not a lot there. Not a lot there, tragically. The same kind of people who think that the only reason anybody plays team games is so they can blame their teammates, which is like the sickest projection of all time. Like, okay, yes, maybe you would talk to your teammates that way. If you lost a game, you would just blame them, but I don't believe that people seek out video games for no reason other than to blame their teammates. That's like incredibly fucked up. I really don't know how you could possibly explain that in any sort of logical way, but sure. whatever helps you sleep at night.
Big job,
Made something.
Completed that mineral.
Oh yeah, I mean if I can get one.
yes, sir.
Incoming.
Ready to raise some hell.
See, that was pretty good. That was pretty good by him. What made that work as well as it did was that I was kind of preparing for him to come up that side angle, and then he just didn't. He just didn't. So that was good by him. And I actually don't have enough liberators. So I'm just not. I'm not at critical mass yet.
We read.
You mined out some of your minerals. Mined out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those. Your command center is not being deployed.
Ready to raise some hell.
Liberation.
Upgrade.
We want to get his attention a little bit, though.
Daylight's burning.
But like, it was always such a hard thing. It was always such a tough part about being in the scene, like being in at that level, though. I was like, again, I'll never forget the meeting about StarCraft Remastered when they asked if they should put in like a modernized control option for people who are like, you know, for accessibility purposes, and they got laughed out of the room on that one. That was one of the saddest meetings I've ever been a part of. And then all the hardcore people who like got what they wanted with StarCraft Remastered, man, they still said the game was shit anyway. Crazy, crazy.
Attention.
I think it was just me and Winter. I think me and Winter were the only people who voted that that they should try to make the Brood War Remastered a little bit more accessible. I think it was just us.
Need something liberated?
Here we go. What's gonna happen now? Damn. I just need even more liberators. That's it. I'm gonna need a crazy amount of liberators to get through this game. I don't know if I can do it anymore, guys. I might have lost too much. I might have lost too much stuff.
Reporting for action.
I don't actually know if I have enough money left in my base to get what I need here.
Attention. Need something
I'm trying. Oh, I think that's game. GG. Well played. Did I work with Winter a lot? No, he was just like a YouTuber guy. He just streams and does that. He was never a part of like WCS or any of that stuff. He had quite a bit of a different background than me. I don't know that we were necessarily not many sparks flew. He was just like another guy I occasionally ran into. All right, we got another Zerg. Good game, nice try. Thank you.
It's time to kick things off.
What's brand new? Huh, man? SCV ready. Go ahead. What's going? Huh? SCV ready. Huh? ahead. It's your dime.
Maybe I was at a Home Story Cup once at the same time as Winter. I don't know.
Go ahead.
I met him at BlizzCon, I think, or maybe a community summit or something like that.
SCV ready.
I think the first time I met him was in the hotel lobby in Anaheim after a BlizzCon day. But those are usually busy days.
Let's go.
Even Street Fighter supports accessible controls. Yeah, exactly. Well, the issue is, you know, it's the same thing as everything in life and in the world. You have people that were there in the beginning, and even though everything in their lives are different now than they were when they started, the game reminds them of how things were used to be in a different time, perhaps a better time. And, you know, in their minds, changing anything means that you're not paying respect to what was. And so you have a lot of folks who, you know, even though they might benefit, even though there's a lot of people who might benefit from StarCraft being a more accessible game, a lot of people will never support it simply because they think everybody should have to go through learning the game the same way they did, and they think that as long as things are still really, really difficult and the game is really, really hard for people, then they will feel better about the fact that they were good at it. But if the game becomes accessible and people can do things that they used to be able to do with less effort, you know, then they feel like their nostalgia is being attacked. They feel like the thing that they fell in love with is gone. You know, they feel like. But oh, he's just a tease. Let's go next. I don't want to waste my time with this. Let's just go. You're gonna one base me. I will just GG very quickly. But yeah. I mean, StarCraft 2, we did get some actually pretty decent quality of life updates in the last few years for noobs. I think the biggest one, if you're a noob and you want to know what was the biggest patch to help lower level players, they doubled the attack range of workers, and workers no longer need to decelerate to attack. So it is much easier to micro workers. Workers are much more effective when they're pulled to defend stuff. Any situation where you have to defend with workers is usually a bad one. So that change just made it easier to deal with stuff like getting proxy reapered, cannon rushed, all of that. So I do think that was one of the biggest accessibility updates the game has ever had. So I do like that. They made it so Vipers can't kill Zerg buildings anymore. They can only get him down to like 7 hit points. I think that's a great change. Does it make using Vipers easier? Yeah, for sure. Does it like ruin the sanctity of what StarCraft is? Absolutely not. You guys weren't complaining that you couldn't stim yourself to death. It doesn't let you press the button again at 5 health. And they actually added a cooldown to stim. So if you have rapid fire and you use stim, the ability has like a 1 second cooldown or something like that. You can't just accidentally stim 5 times at once, which is another great quality of life update. Like those are good changes that reduce the amount of frustrating moments for the player. You actually don't want the player to have a ton of frustrating moments. The stress for the player should come from playing the game against the opponent, right? If your opponent is doing a certain type of strategy or harassing you or attacking you, that should be where the pressure is coming from. But like, it shouldn't be like, wow, how do I juggle all of these cantaloupes in my arms while I also mow the lawn? Like, that's not an interesting way to make a game difficult. But this has like kind of been a minority opinion anyway. In the competitive StarCraft space, everything I've ever said in this vein has been shredded a million times. So I know a lot of people don't agree with me about stuff like that, but you know, you only get to live so long. You got to enjoy video games, and to be honest with you, The last thing I would ever want is to have to tell somebody who expresses an interest in a game that I love. The last thing I would ever want to tell them is, well, you can't play this game. You can't play this game. It's way too tough. The controls, like, you literally physically can't play it because of the way that you are or because of your ability. Like, it's just impossible. It's like, you know, that's the last thing you ever want to tell somebody when they express interest in something that you care about. I've never been big on gatekeeping, but I was bullied a lot as a kid, so that probably is why. I'm not really about that. Not really about that.
SCV ready.
Hell, I got bullied most of my StarCraft career, honestly. I was the butt of every joke. That's what happens when you can take it without freaking out, you know. You become the safe option.
SCV ready. Let's go. SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready. SCV ready. In the rear. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Yeah, I think it's just a mindset thing. I think there's a mindset that sharing means devaluing what you have, and then there's, you know, sharing is a celebration with love, which is kind of how I prefer to think about it. Wow, I don't know how he fucked that up, but that was incredible. That was incredible. Free G, interrupt, easy win for me. Be back. What? What? Did this guy just make like the biggest Bane bust fuck up of all time and then tell me it would have been an easy win? Go smoke another one, bro. I recommend the Sativa Dominant Hybrid. He did go hatch first. Hatch, pool gas, Bane Nest at 230. Yeah, he just I don't know what that was. I think he was interrupted IRL. Yeah, but does that mean does that justify him being that way? I'm not sure that really I'm not sure that works for me. Oh yeah, guys. The only reason I ever lose is because of my family and friends wasting my time by trying to be a part of my life. Yo, Foreman, bro, you've been playing since morning. I saw you while waking up now at work. Hell yeah. Yeah, well, I've been live for 4 hours. I've only been live for 4.5 hours, so. Man, there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than when my wife is calling me to the bedroom and I can't finish my game of StarCraft. The only reason my Banelings didn't connect with the bunker is because I'm being summoned to the other room. What? If your family needs you, go to them. Right, we're searching for a game. Goldfish just knocked his bowl over. The worst. The worst. The worst. Smokey. Didn't this guy proxy 3-racks me? Didn't this guy proxy 3-racks me? A loss is a loss. I'm sure that guy thinks every game he's ever won, his opponent was giving it their all, and they were super mad when they lost. So if he wants to look at things that way, then I'm not sure I can accept an excuse like that when he loses. I have a feeling there are more excuses for his losses than his wins. I just can't prove it. Shout out to Dokes. Rip, buddy. Love you. You better have a hell of a reason for being out here in that cargo box.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
So fucking brain rotted. Can't wait till we can all just go outside all the time again. That'd be nice. Oh, wait. Do you mean that he only did the shitty Baneling bust because he had to go? Is that what he was trying to imply? Like, otherwise it would have been a macro game and he would have beaten me then? Because in that case, you know what? I agree with him. Because I would have rather him do that than cheese me. So, in that case, I hope that the next time I play him, something doesn't happen that forces him to one-base me. How about that? Is that a more respectful way for me to handle this situation? Because I actually would have preferred that. We could have avoided the whole thing. Oh my gosh, it's this guy. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to stress here and try to fight this? Let's see. We can throw a few guys at him.
You didn't build your base just for it to get blown up, did you? Your SCVs are being liberated in the worst way.
Nothing I can't handle. SCV ready.
You got any more SCVs left to throw into the blender, brah?
I'm waiting on you. Go ahead. SCV ready. All right.
Add-on is complete.
Can rush him now? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. But why risk it? Honestly.
SCV ready. Huh? Who wants some? Got something.
I'm sure he's got something up here already, right? It'd be pretty crazy if he had nothing. Wow, he really had nothing. Look at that, double factory. Oh my goodness.
Got something for me to kill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see? He's gonna have so many Cyclones for my BC. I guess this is just what he does, right? This is just his follow-up.
Add-ons finished.
Crazy. Crazy.
This better be more than worth. Who called this? Fair enough.
Add-on done.
SCV ready.
And if he's making Cyclones... Yeah, he had 2 on the way. They were half done. Ripping Alfredo sauce. Mmm. Good stuff. Look at that. 3 racks outside my base. Crazy. He's crazy. Maybe we do one or 2 more. We're getting some weak games here at the end. We're getting some weak games here. That's the second time I've had to deal with this jabroni. Why is Nate a dead Jedi? Wow, what a compliment. He says he called me a Jedi. Ooh. Not an Alfredo? Damn. I've got nothing but good things to say about Alfredo. Oh, and the pasta is great too. Those last 20-ish Marines that popped one by one probably didn't help him. Yeah, I mean, I could have just sent the Reapers across immediately. It's true. I kind of wanted to just send a message to him, though, you know? Like, in my mind, if I sent the Reapers straight across, like, maybe I just kill him outright. But I really wanted to just sit there and see how many he would just do one at a time. Because I'm sure he was telling himself that I would send the Reapers across as well, you know? Like, in my head, he was thinking that obviously I would do that because of what he did. So I just thought, I'm just going to sit here and just milk his racks instead. And I felt like that was actually a more brutal way for me to kill him, if that makes sense to you guys. It's like if I was Jason and someone tried to stab me with their own knife, like, I would just stab them repeatedly with it, you know, and be like, haha, isn't it funny you tried to stab Jason with a knife?
What's going on?
No, just me? Okay. Hey, thanks for the YouTube sub. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Joseph in the chat says, Nate, man, our Jets suck again. See, talk like that. You don't sound like a Jets fan. You don't sound like a Jets fan with that negative talk like that. We all know the team. We all know the team is bad. I think you missed Breece Hall's career game last week. All right? That's. I hate to break it to you, but the only thing that matters in this season right now is Breece Hall staying on the team and getting re-signed. That's the only thing I care about. I hope that he continues to play games like that. I hope we don't trade him. I want to see Breece get re-signed like we re-signed Garrett, like we re-signed Sauce. We extended both of those guys. I want to see Breece get a big extension. I want to see him play many years on the team. Breece Hall's jersey is the #1 one that I want. I am asking everybody in my family. The only thing I've asked any person for, I'm like, guys, if you all just put if every person I know puts in like $5, I can get a Breece Hall jersey for Christmas. I do not want anything else. Not exaggerating. Literally don't want anything other than that. I would love one of those beautiful lush green jerseys. Truly, I'm just being real. That would be awesome. So, but if Breece gets traded right as I get a Breece jersey, that'll absolutely crush my fucking soul, because you want to know what Jets jerseys I do have? Geno Smith. I got my wife a Sam Darnold jersey. I got a Le'Veon Bell jersey. I got a Jamal Adams jersey. You know, the only player I could have bought back then that would still be on the team now is Quinnen Williams, but I don't weigh 395 pounds either. So, you know, I wouldn't really be wearing a lineman jersey. Definitely maybe running back or linebacker. That's always the kinds of jerseys I like. I like those middle numbers. 17 is my favorite number. My custom jersey that my dad got me back in 2018, that's like... yeah, I think it's number 17. Love all of that. We got TVT this game.
Add-on done. Swap them.
Whoa! A little marine opening there. Fascinating. Hall is good. Yeah, I love Breece. I'm just glad we're not going to go 0-17. I'm glad I got to watch Breece Hall run for like 2 touchdowns and pass for 1. Geno Smith jersey? Yeah, man. Well, you got to keep in mind, right? Like, I was dirt poor my whole life. Like, I grew up living off of food stamps and, like, Social Security because I didn't have a mom and all of that. So I could never afford anything like that. I didn't have any jerseys. I didn't have anything cool. Like, I literally got one video game for Christmas and, like, maybe something for my birthday. But my birthday and Christmas were pretty close, so oftentimes it was combined. That's the kind of life I had. So, like, when I finally was making money, like, when I started getting, like, the esports gigs and I was living in California, the first thing I wanted to do is be like, wow, I've never just bought a new NFL jersey before. Wow, we just drafted a new quarterback. Okay, yeah, I'm going to get back into watching football again now that I have my own home and, you know, my life is less chaotic and I can do things like that. So I went. Guess what? That happened to be the year we drafted Geno Smith in the first round. Up until the point where he got punched in the face and had to retire, you know, and go to a different team. Yeah. So that's the story of my Geno Smith jersey. It was the first football jersey I could actually buy for myself, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna get our quarterback, whoever it is, because I hadn't watched for a little while anyway. So I hadn't been watching very much at that point. So I didn't have like TV or cable or anything like that. When I was living in my friend's basement, I didn't have a television down there either. So football was not on my mind. I did not really have time to do or watch anything. I've done 99% of my TV show watching in the last probably 6 years with my wife. But we never had cable or HBO or Showtime or anything like that. My whole family would gather around the television to watch the new episodes of The Walking Dead on AMC. That was it. We got AMC. I remember watching the very first episode of The Walking Dead ever. I remember exactly where I was. The old boob tube. Yeah, so when you guys go get to hear about people arguing about things that they don't know anything about in their day-to-day lives, you can know that you at least watch or support a stream of a guy who I absolutely owe a good bit to those programs and systems. Otherwise, would have had a lot of days I didn't eat at all. Let's send this drop back out and see if we can find some purchase.
Your command center's got some new toys.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was peak. It was peak. Blizzard servers struggles. Thank you, Roggle Boggle, for this Twitch sub. Used to watch you back in 2016. Hope things have been going well. Hell yeah. Thanks, man. I also had a Brett Favre jersey. But when I was 16, my house burned down, so all my cool shit I had as a kid, I don't have anymore. You know how many people are like, yo, I still have my Pokemon cards and all that? And I'm like, I can't even have this conversation without making everyone in the room depressed. You know, that's tough. That's tough. Some of us are just, some are built different, some of us are just different. I appreciate that. Thank you, Boggle. 2016, yeah, things have been going well. If you haven't watched since 2016, all you need to know is I got everything I asked for. I got everything I ever wanted. I live in a beautiful, very clean town. There's water nearby. There's a pond. I go look at the ducks swim every morning. Katie and I were watching the ducks diving. I got married. My wife's from Washington, so I moved out here after I finished a contract I had with Logitech. Spent a few years in Vegas because I got hired to do a league in Vegas for a game called Splitgate. So I went from LA, then WCS got canceled. There was no reason to be in LA anymore. Then I went to Vegas. I had a gig with the NFL and with Logitech. The NFL thing didn't work out. They ended up not letting people even go to the games that year. So that ended up kind of affecting my plans.
You mined out some of your
But yeah, I ended up doing Splitgate, and then I was flying back and forth from Vegas to LA like every other week to do Naraka Blade Point. I did the Naraka Blade Point League in America, and we actually did the global finals there as well. So, or we did the European American finals anyway. The Naraka stuff was really fun. Just kind of didn't work out that they weren't. I didn't end up. I think I charged probably like. I think I was the only person working there that actually knew what to ask for. So I was not the one on the. I probably got cut out for cost purposes, but I really liked doing that game. That was a great show. It was a great gig. Yeah, but we've been rebuilding our Pokemon card collection because Katie's mother found like a whole ass binder of them under the floors in their place that's like sealed, and they're all really nice. So we have a ton of like fossil and base set first editions and stuff like that. We got like a pre-release. We got the like pre-release OG fossil Aerodactyl and a bunch of other super random ass cards. But we've been kind of getting back into that stuff. That's been fun. There's only so many hobbies you get to choose as a millennial, so you better pick one that's at least also passes as an investment, because God help us all, etc. Sounds kind of expensive findings. No, yeah. So we got a couple cards graded. It does cost to get stuff graded. So like. There's a balance. There's a balance there in terms of what you invest into getting cards versus what you invest into grading them. But we do have a bunch of really nice ones that we just keep. We just keep.
Command Center 2.0.
Yours is running? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now we had an original base set Blastoise that got it got like we got like a 6, like PSA 6 on that. Got a few other ones. We haven't gotten a ton of them graded, really, only a handful. I think the only cards we got graded were an original base set Blastoise, a shadowless base set Raichu, and a there was one other one. A Fat Pikachu. We got the base set Fat Pikachu. We got like 10 of those. Katie's favorite Pokemon are Pikachu and Eevee, but she just had a ton of Fat Pikachus for whatever reason. You know what? I think it's time. You guys want to know how to make the Terran player all in me now? I can make him attack me right now. Prepare yourself. I am going to transition to battle cruisers. Now watch as this man flings everything he has at us like there's no tomorrow. Prepare yourself. It's coming. All I have to do is say the word. 99% of the time, that's all it takes. He's about to go ham. He's about to unleash the beast. Your dad is a Jets fan too? Yeah, nobody else in my family is even a Jets fan either. I was the one that decided to obsess over all of the stuff from my mom's side of the family. So I was the only one that was a Jets fan. I was the only one that would be willing to say they were a Yankees fan out loud. You know. Although cheering for the Yankees in the early 2000s was like fucking easy mode with Jeter and A-Rod, so. It's hard to beat. Oh, he's already got battle cruisers. Look at that. See, this is good. This is good because we're actually ahead of him on upgrades. So if he teleports into our base at any point, he'll just instantly lose. So that's nice. Unless they face the Sox. Well, of course, yeah. those tough rivalry games, right? Those big rivalry matchups are always huge. Huge. Yeah, I'm like, he wants to play, if he's down to play the crazy dragged out Turtle Fest, then I'm just gonna go One Punch Man on him. It's gonna go One Punch Man. I'm just gonna build, we'll max out on BCs, we'll have one big fight, and then I'm gonna leave the game. I don't know if he's like trying to waste our time, but I'm actually kind of enjoying this conversation, so I'm glad that he's giving me room to chat about this with you instead of pressuring me. I really did think he was just gonna come at us as soon as I started going BC, so it's nice. It's nice that he's not. See, there you go. That's how you make him leave, right? See? That's his punishment. He doesn't get his sensor tower. You see how he wanted that sensor tower? He doesn't get it anymore because he tried a little bit too hard there. Now he's got to send a whole nother worker. He's got to send a whole extra SCV. That's a lot. It's a lot of work. It really is.
Your research has concluded. Add-ons finished.
Decisive battle doctrine, exactly. But when people turtle like this and they just like, I mean, the guy's building sensor towers right outside my base. He's clearly fucking with us. You know, the last thing you want to do, is waste too much time.
Need something liberating? Yeah.
Like, we both know that this guy's gonna beat me. Like, I think it's pretty clear, right? Like, what really could I do? What realistically could I do here, right? He's got a shit ton of static defense. He's got all the bases. He's very clearly well positioned. We have no doubt. We have no doubt there. Now, the key to beating Terran in general is getting on top of the production. So, while he may have all the money in the world, while he may have all the bases, while he may have been the greediest munchkin of the bunchkin, I'm on his production, and his army is dead. And this is, he's Terran, so that's it. He could be building 20 starports all over the map, but if he's not doing that and replacing everything that he lost, like all of it, then this game is over. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah, is this his plan to just make nothing but cyclones, I guess, now? Low. Well, see, if he focused on his game instead of BM sensor towers and turrets. What do you have to smoke to do this? Holy shit. He hit me with the Fent Rush? What is this? Like, what? You had a very obvious Smurf who started doing stuff like this to you, and you just built a million pylons on the map and left to run errands. Take your power back, King. Look at this. Even put two right next to each other. My man. Maru plays like this sometimes. I thought weed was illegal in Korea. Fun game. No, I don't know what Riftbound is. Riot Games TCG? Yeah, but there's already so many TCGs. Maybe if I got a free pack of cards and I got like a alternate art secret rare full art Malzahar card, maybe, but I'm happy. I'm happy with my Pokemon. If I get $25 to light on fire, you know, I just go to powerpacks.com and I just pull a random one. That's it. You wanna get your gambling addiction taken care of. That's all you need. I feel such a rush from seeing my purchase turn into a $10 Pikachu that I get to hold for 5 years until it has any value. That's how I like to party. The Pokemon Pocket TCG app though, that's one of my little hobbies. You can do quite a. It's not really a bad one for free to play at all. They just released a new set for the first time in like 2 months. They've been doing like 1 month, but they did a celebration set. It's a long story. Anyway, they put out Mega Evolutions for the first time into the app now. So those ones are 3 points if you kill them. So it's like the game instantly ends if you beat a Mega Evolve. So that's the trade back there. That's like the drawback there. So if you play a Mega Evolution and they take that one down, nothing else matters. You lose. So you got to be really kind of strategic. But they're also crazy strong too, obviously. So, you know, it's like a good balance there. Never could get into cards after Garbage Pail Kids or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's like Pokemon is pretty squarely a millennial thing, right? Like, I assume there are folks that are older and younger. I mean, there's a bell curve to everything, but for the most part, if there's a bell curve to Pokemon players, that middle area is going to be people that are between the age of, I'm guessing, what, like 30 and 40 right now.
In the rear with the... What's going on?
Your command.
Yo, thanks for the follow. Although that being said, Katie's dad also had big binders of old football cards, and God knows what those are worth, if anything. But they've just got binders of them. I saw like 10 John Elway cards. I'm like, I don't even know how I'm supposed to appraise this shit.
You scared me. What's going on?
But getting cards graded is pretty expensive, so. The only one we really want to get graded right now, we pulled the alternate art for Cynthia's Garchomp, which apparently is quite a rare one. So that was kind of big for us. So we've got a full art Cynthia's Garchomp, which I think is quite a rare pull. So we've got that. We also pulled a full art Blaziken EX or something. So we've got a really nice Cynthia's Garchomp and Blaziken. So I'm like, maybe those two. And then my favorite card that we have is one of the first cards that we pulled when we started getting into Pokemon together. We got like one of our first packs, and I pulled the full art like Venusaur in the garden. And it's just a really, really beautiful card, honestly. Like, the art is just really nice. And I was like, even if we don't sell this one, I'm like, this is kind of one I just want to grade it for, you know, preservation's sake, even. It's one of my favorites. But that Venusaur is super cool. We got the super cool Venusaur. We got the 1990s Blastoise. The only thing we don't have is the old-ass Charizard, the Dream, but... is what it is. I'll get my hands on a Charizard one day. I don't care if it's the 2019 or 2021 reprint. I just want a Charizard. Is it too much to ask? Yes, it is. It is too much to ask. Thank you for asking.
SCVs are under attack.
I think we lose, right?
Doctors win 8. Protect them.
Yeah, GG. Let's go next. Hey, thank you for the thanks for subbing on YouTube. Appreciate it. Happy for Darnold. To this day, I say it was a mistake dropping him. I never really had any issues with him. I think that Sam Darnold played on probably the worst roster our team ever had. His number one wide receiver for like 2 years was Robbie Anderson, who is, no offense, one of the least intelligent football players I think I've ever seen. And I'm just gonna leave it there. He had Robbie Anderson and Adam Gase, and he still had almost more wins than any other Jets team in the last 5 years since he left. I got nothing but good things to say about Slingin' Sammy. I was really happy for him in Minnesota too. And you know the thing about Sam Darnold is every time that he ever had an opportunity to bash the team, bash the ownership, he was always very respectful. And it's always easy. It's always easy after a breakup to say how awful the other person was or is. But sometimes you don't have to do that. You know, you can be a decent person just for the fans, for the kids, etc. Right? Look at him doing his thing. Yeah, he's awesome. This game is falling that hard. I would have adored BC with a full repair crew. Yeah. Look at him doing his thing. 36. He's 36? Oh, he's asking how old we are in chat. I see. I'm 32. I'm a 1993 baby. February 93, okay? Make sure y'all come back now. Tell me happy birthday in February. It'll be when Resident Evil comes out, so make sure you're there for that.
In the rear with the gear.
34. Diamond and EU get much more harder. Diamonds are the hardest substance on Earth, so that tracks. What's my go-through strat? I just kind of vibe play, you know. I just kind of play off vibes. If I feel like I'm getting bad vibes from my opponent, you know, I'll usually just all in them or go next. But I don't really like struggling against somebody that I feel like is trying to torture me, because like why would I want to let somebody torture me, you know what I mean? But when I have like a good back and forth game, I just kind of go with the flow, see what's happening. Try to make good plays. Really, it's all about farming. It's all about farming dope moments and clips and stuff for the YouTube. So that's my primary goal. My primary goal is to make sick plays and entertain you with highlights from your favorite strategy game. Yeah, and talking to chat. I also love talking to chat. You know me. You've been playing Final Fantasy 16 recently? Nice. I've been replaying Final Fantasy 7. Because I still, yeah, I've been replaying that again. That's been really nice. That remake. Been replaying that on PC again. Good to see you again. Hey, Reens. Hey, hey. It's nice to be again. What other video games did I play when I was younger? I mean, again, my childhood, basically, I was with, like, the loser club. We were all the outcast nerds who knew about computers and video games. But we were also, like, Boy Scout-type nerds. I couldn't afford to be in Boy Scouts, so they just kind of taught me stuff. But we basically went between playing StarCraft in each other's basements and Halo at the wealthy kid's house and just going out in the woods, getting lost. Did a lot of that. A swamp ate my pants once. That's right, Nathan almost got swallowed by a bog when he was 12. It was a good time. Mitchell was, he was grounded. We weren't allowed to go anywhere, but his mom would never say no if I asked to come over because she'd usually feed me.
Waiting on you.
So I was allowed to go over, even though he was grounded. Really says a lot.
In the pipe.
But yeah, we decided we were going to go to a friend's house anyway, so we snuck out through the back. And there was like maybe 3 acres of woods, and then there was like some public swamplands. So it's good times. It's good times. It's the kind of shit we got up to. We played a lot of Halo, Gears of War, Fable, Metroid, all of that kind of stuff. Y'all ever play Metroid Prime? You know, it's good stuff. You had an Uncle Bog too. Yeah, I went to school. I went to school in Northeast Pennsylvania. This guy just like shut me down so hard. I'm just gonna go next. But I grew up in Northeast Pennsylvania. I went to high school in the Poconos. There's a lot of protected marshlands up there. A lot of protected marshlands. My dad always told me I could play as many video games as I want as long as I went outside every day and was active. So I was like, wow, I can play 8 hours of video games if I just go out for 4 hours in the woods. So I did that. That was most of my childhood. Mario Sunshine? No, we couldn't afford any GameCube stuff. The only console we had from that generation was PS2. I did get us an Xbox 360 eventually, though. When the Red Ring of Death started, that was like the greatest thing for me. As a nerd, at least some of the systems you could kind of save by opening them up and like cleaning the thermal paste and stuff. Like, so I actually did fix a Red Ring of Death Xbox that one of our friends had, and that's how we got our first Xbox. So I mostly just used that to play Gears of War. I played a lot of Gears of War in high school. That was like, man, get home from school, and if we had internet, we were just running duos. We were running duos. I'll play. We only had one Xbox Live account, and we would usually just like steal like a 3-month free trial out of like a gaming magazine at the grocery store, so we could play for a week or two. And then we would just make a new account, set up the trial, and then, you know, I'd be the main guy, and then my little brother would be the guy with the 1 next to his name, and that's how we did it. Then we just played Gears of War 2 online, just play wingman, fuck people up. It was great. It was great times. Man, the things we used to shout over those microphones. Oof. Lou, hey, leave it. Oh, Pooch is hungry. Okay. You're hungry? I'll give you something to eat after the game. You could just ask me, you know. I love you. I love you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm farming battle cruisers. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. My golden retriever is concerned. Honestly, I should probably wrap up soon so I can get some stuff done before Kate gets home. But this has been pretty fun, huh? Yeah, Halo 2 and 3, absolutely goated. Absolutely goated. I did borrow a friend's GameCube to play the Resident Evil 1 remake, which was great. Terrifying game. But I usually went over my friend's house to play games, so I mostly just played like games on my Game Boy. I had a custom firmware PSP, and I'll tell you what, I played a lot of games on that. Man, there were some good PSP games back in the day. Y'all ever play Metal Gear Acid? Oh, yeah, but no. I ended up. One of the reasons why Nathan is so obsessed with these old retro games is because a lot of them were. I was able to emulate them on my PSP when we lost everything, but also we didn't really get that many games. So I was playing on my N64 and PS1 up until like 2010. You know, that was 2008, I guess, would have been the year, but. I would just replay a lot. I played Castlevania Symphony of the Night so many times. I played that game like non-stop. I would just beat it and start over. I did a run with like, you know, you can set your name to be different characters. You can play through the whole game as Richter and shit. I did all of that. Lapis Lazuli, glitching through the middle, doing that thing where you get hit so you fly through the screen so fast you skip the first Grim Reaper cutscene and he doesn't take any of your gear. And then you basically cheese the whole entire game because you never lose your gear at the start. So you don't actually need to get any items in order to complete the entire thing, and you can just speed run it crazy fast. Anyway, yeah, those are good times. That Metal Gear Solid, I played a lot of Metal Gear Solid. Fantastic games. My godfather gave me a PlayStation with Metal Gear because we went over their house once, and I just played it a bunch in their basement while we were waiting for I think we usually went over there to do Hanukkah. And then I think I played so much Metal Gear, he just gave my dad the PlayStation, and he's like, all right, have fun. He's like, let's just have fun, I guess. Seems really into it, so. But I played football, basketball, baseball. I competed in school, all sports and stuff like that, so my dad never cared. I played a lot of video games.
What's going on?
Add-on is complete. Research is ready.
I think he always said, better than drugs.
Ready for pick.
You got coordinates or what?
Nah, you know what?
Go ahead. SCV ready. Good job.
Where's the emergency? Ready for
What's that?
right flight.
Ready. Bad news.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready. Ready to roll out. SCV ready.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
I got my
I'm not sure if I saw the observer come back or not.
SCV ready.
Moving into position.
Ops.
Research complete.
Uh-oh.
Acknowledge.
Perfect. I used the Cyclone to snipe the observer.
SCV ready. In the rear with SCV ready.
But yeah, man, no, we played so many games. Played so many games.
Show me who you are. You got coordinates or what?
SCV ready. SCV ready. Yeah.
It's an addiction? Yes. Enjoying anything is an addiction, it's true. The feeling of wanting to do something because it brings you pleasure, that unfortunately will apply to basically anything you like in life.
What's going on?
And it's very, very much so. I can't say I've ever suffered a physical reaction to not playing video games. You know, I've definitely gone extended periods of time where I couldn't really game that much, but it was never an issue, thankfully. You know, it wasn't like the substance. I didn't have some sort of like gaming monster trying to break out of my body that I had to satisfy.
SCV ready. Big job. SCV ready. Bad news.
Your base is under siege.
Oh my god, look at that. He's already got this guy's bricked up. Let's go next. Why does it seem like when I attack a structure or unit, it doesn't lock on unless I attack move the ground? If you like A-click a unit directly, that will always be a regular attack command. But attack move does like that actually scans. So that's I don't really know any other way to say it. When you attack move, the unit scans as it moves, which is how it triggers automatic casting abilities such as lock on. But if you directly click to attack a unit, then that's what it's going to do. That's what it's going to do.
Go ahead. What's going on? Huh? SCV
You can always like press the ability icon itself, like the lock-on hotkey, and then click a specific unit. I use rapid fire to do that, so I don't have to make a precise click. I just hold down the key and drag my mouse over the enemy units, and it just kind of does the rest. Just kind of does the rest for me.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. I'm going.
No, you don't want to go round 3. No. Is it gonna be Reapers this game?
Go ahead. In the rear with the gear. Go ahead. SCV ready. Let's go. Huh? SCV ready.
Hey, first time catching you live. Yo, yo. Yeah, Katie's closing tonight, so late stream hours. If you guys are okay with it, I'm just gonna go give my dog some food after this game. Just gonna run downstairs and just give him, just fill his bowl a little bit.
SCV ready.
I should probably wrap up, I guess. I don't know if anything cool is gonna happen left tonight, you know.
Rear with the gear.
It might be a chill couple last games, so we'll see. This is the guy that proxy Marine SCV all into me twice today so far. He did not proxy barracks this game because I scouted. Now, if I hadn't scouted, he probably would have proxied me. So it's just one of those. Just one of those. So just chill. No shock collar. No. No Hassan memes here. No Hassan memes here.
SCV ready.
My dog is allowed to chill wherever he pleases. I always love when he comes and makes a cameo on stream, but it's you know, our pets, they only ever get to experience life through the lens that we give them. They don't really have any control over their situation or circumstance. So I don't really think telling my dog what to do when I'm working, or you know, he's just trying to live, I don't really think that's very cash money. You know what I mean? Gotta let him be. Plus, then how would he go sit in front of the door and wait for my wife to get home the whole time? Somebody's got to do it. I could bring him up here, but then I've got to go do that. You know, it's like an Atlas holding up the world sort of thing. You know what that's like, right?
Death from above. I love it. SCV ready. All right. I'm going. Fair enough.
So I see the racks, no factory. So what is it then? Proxied like starport outside my base, probably. It's got to be like proxy tanks or something over here.
Light. Ready for pickup?
SCV ready.
Comms open. Got it.
Waiting on you.
Channel's clear, boss. Cyclone
SCV ready.
Okay.
What's going on?
Oh, yep, there it is. Oh, it's like proxy Thor or something, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's gonna be proxy Thor.
comms open. You got coordinates or what?
Your research? Head on down. Swap away.
Ready for pickup?
Yeah, it's got to be Thor's.
Go ahead. SCV ready. Big job.
Now what? Light.
Oh, he's double proxy Banshee. Wow,
Now
that's amazing. That's incredible. Incredible. He's better at it than you anyway. Yeah, I don't want to take his job. I'm gonna give him his dinner though. Normally I'd be like, I'm gonna end the stream, but now I'm like, I've kind of just been enjoying playing, kind of just enjoying hanging out, so I want to play a few more games, but I would normally be done by this point. So now I'm like, well, I gotta manage a few of my human responsibilities really quickly. So I'm just going to give him some food and make sure his water bowl is full, okay? I'll be right back. There's one Wicked Gamer Dent. Dude, my hair has been a bird all day today. My hair has just been an absolute bird. You know, I'm literally Rakan when it comes to this. I shampooed and conditioned yesterday, so today it's just all over the place. Come here, come here. Yeesh, yeesh, yeesh. This is my son, Lewis. My son, Lewis. He's got a lobster. Wow, you want food, but you got a lobster right here. You're holding out on me, buddy. You're holding out on me, Lewis. Oh, he had something else in his mouth under there. He had to drop to grab that, huh? I love that dog. That's my boy. All right, I'm just gonna feed him real quick, okay? I'll play another game or two. I promise. Just give me a minute. All right, hey, I'm back. I told you I was coming. Let's play another. Let's get it.
It's time to kick things off.
What's going on?
Terran versus Protoss.
SCV ready. Huh? Yep. Go ahead. Be in the rear with SCV ready.
Two base all in, you won't? No, I probably won't. I probably won't.
SCV ready. Yeah.
At some point, my wife is going to text me that they've closed up, they've kicked everybody out, she's on her way home, and then I am going to wrap up. That's the plan. That's all. So we just gaming. You're just chilling. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate it. I took a long time off of streaming to pursue an opportunity that ended up getting a little bit crazy, so I ended up working there full time for a while. So coming back after such a long time away from playing and stuff, you know, it's been good for the perspective, good for distancing myself from some stuff, right? And, really getting out of my own head about everything. So I love doing this. I love being here and being able to do this. Your support really is the only way I can make it happen. So just thank you. And I know you guys really hate all the ads on Twitch and stuff, but that's that actually, it's doing a lot. So I appreciate it. And I did actually find out, those of you who use like the Twitch Turbo or whatever, it kind of works like the YouTube Premium thing. So I actually get paid for the ads you don't see if you're a Turbo user. So don't feel bad about that either. It's a good deal. Or you can sub for no ads. There's my pitch. There's my pitch. 6 hours and he's telling people they can sub. Hell yeah. Appreciate you guys. I just want to make funny StarCraft videos and highlights until the sun explodes, if that's okay. Appreciate it.
What's it worth?
This guy's cheesing me. You know what? I'm just gonna. He was. Let me guess. Second gateway. Yeah, he double gate. He had proxy gateway. It was over. You want to cheese me at 9:30? I'm just gonna leave. If we get like 2 more games like that, you know, if I can't give you guys good games because I'm too tired or we're running into people that don't want to play, then I'm not gonna drag this to 6 or 7 hours. But if we can get another good match or 2, I want you guys to know I'm down to play a good game for y'all. So, thanks for hanging. I'm down to watch. Yo, momentum. Thanks. Appreciate it. Got the kombucha. Oh yeah. Katie had her kombucha during our pre-stream ARAMs. She went in at 4. It's about the time I started the stream. We did get a couple ARAMs in earlier today. Katie got actually I stole a penta from somebody, so that was nice. Katie got a quadra kill with can't remember if it was Nico. Yeah, Katie's a pretty sick Nico player. You ate mushrooms for breakfast? I mean, there are so many different ways to interpret a sentence like that. Good for you. No, they didn't have the brand that we were getting of it at Fred Meyer, so we tried the Health Aid one today, and the Pink Lady one is actually a lot smoother than the other one we were doing. It's nice. I never really used to drink that stuff, but like, you know, gotta find something interesting these days to occupy yourself with. I'll let you know when I get past 1 a week. Scrambled eggs you never did before? Oh, I love scrambled eggs. That's a good time. That's an easy, quick dish. It's an easy, quick dish. The secret is that you babysit it the whole way. You just crack them straight on the hot pan, stir them immediately, and you do not look away until they are perfect. And then you take them right off. Easiest way to fuck up cooking anything is to walk away. There is almost no reason ever to do that.
Command center upgrade complete.
Not with something that cooks that fast, anyway. Nate's scrambled egg tech is fire. Dude, my scrambled eggs are the only thing, it's the only thing my wife will ask me to make. She will ask me to make scrambled eggs instead of making them herself. That's the only thing. It's the only thing that she asks me to make. Cheese or no cheese? I'm a basic guy. She likes cheese on her eggs. She likes cheese. I do. I just put a little bit of pink Himalayan salt. That's it. Just a little dash of that over the straight up. But I'm just whipping it the whole entire time, keeping them light. I don't really let it get to any kind of dark shade at all. But I like it to get. I don't really like them to be runny at all. You just gotta barely get past the point of it being dry. Like, you gotta barely get past the point of it starting to dry, and then boom, you kind of just stop there. But I prefer it that way. I don't really want them running all over the place. I like getting them to like a little perfect singe, if that makes sense. Because like when you're casting and streaming all the time, you're either getting food delivered to the studio or catering, or I'd be streaming for like 10 or 12 hours. So usually I would just have like in the middle of my stream, like 4 hours in, I would take like 1 5-minute break, where like a third or 30% of the people watching dip because I decide in my 10-hour stream I run out for 5 minutes to inhale a box salad. But that was I didn't usually have time to be cooking anything for lunch or dinner, if that makes sense. So my breakfast, I liked taking my time with the breakfast before. So I think my old hours, I used to stream from like 12 p.m. to like 10 or some crazy shit every day. So I'd always try to start my day off really nicely like that, and just cook something, do my pour over coffee. Just really get into like a nice headspace, basically. And then as soon as one thing triggered me on stream, my mood would be ruined for the whole entire day, and I would snap at everybody who came in, and oh my gosh. Man, I was really out there. I was really out there on my own. I was really out there trying to conquer adult life completely on my own. Yeah, I just figured based on the way he's been doing this so far, he's got lings and stuff of that nature all over the map. He's got them on like every base, got a little patrol going too.
Add-on's finished. Add-on done. Add-on is complete.
Wanted to make sure our base and stuff were set up. Nate, what's the perfect steak for you? I love a medium rare filet mignon. One of my favorite things about BlizzCon every year was getting all the boys together and going to Morton's, just doing steaks. There was always like a couple of these silly dude guys, these business bro guys that would always want to buy us steaks too, so it was a good time. It was a good time. I love a good filet, man. Not big on fatty cuts of meat. Like a good set of ribs, one thing. Good brisket's one thing. But I'm usually not. If I'm gonna go pay a shit ton of money for a piece of meat, it's gonna be a good lean cut. It's gonna be tender, juicy. That is the way I like it. Katie makes an incredible steak.
As you say. How can we help? Perfect.
Certainly not an affordable option these days. It's been a while since I've had a steak, but that's good shit.
Reporting for action.
All right, he's taking the
Some of your minerals.
Ravager approach.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Got it. Yes, sir. We have you on screen. Moving into the mission. Of course.
The research is ready.
Full speed. Attention.
We'll just max out and push. I think that's the way to do it here. He's gonna go Ravager Bane, so his plan is like big Ling Ravager Flood over the top of probably just Biles to deal with the Thors. He probably just thinks that the Carissa Bile will take care of the Thors and the Liberators, and very well might. So.
Are you ready? Waiting on you. Smoking. Going in.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Incoming.
You scared me. Are you ready to raise some hell?
Add-ons finished.
Attention.
Holy shit.
Reporting for action. We have you on screen.
Oh, Katie's home.
Got freedom. Up.
All right, let's go kill this guy.
Upgrade complete.
Screen.
I am here.
Wife's home. Time to A move. Let's get him. Oh yes, look at that. Oh, the flank. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what we like to see. GG. There it is. Boom, boom. All right, thanks for watching, guys. I'm out. Peace.